Season 5 is finally live. I was looking forward to it since forever. Heard that there is a ton of new content this time.
Totally. The most exciting part is the Summer Surprises event. Just log in and spin. With just 5 spins, you can take home all the rewards, such as brand new Epic Operator Skill Bull Charged Jaguar and KSP 45 Grizzly. Soldiers, summer break has officially begun.
And here's something Secret Cache lovers will love. The Secret Cache has new updates. A new gun has been added, and there is a new universal fragment system. You can open the secret caches to your heart's content now.
Too hot to go outside this summer? No worries. Check out the brand new Zoo map in the multiplayer mode. No need to purchase tickets. Just use your bullets for admission.
And that's not all. Multiplayer mode now has a new gameplay, operation, variant. There are various personal buffs and team buffs to make each match more intense. There are tons of rewards too, so don't miss out.
Not to miss, there are big updates in Battle Royale mode too. A new buy station limited time event lets you collect scattered cash across the map and use it to buy airdrop supplies at the station.
One last update, the strongbox system has been upgraded. Some strongboxes now have a chance to trigger surprise discounts when drawn, giving you minimum 30% off your next 10 pull. If you are lucky, you might even get a free 10 pull.
Season 5 is ready to roll. See you on the field, soldiers.
Season 5 is finally live. I was looking forward to it since forever. Heard that there is a ton of new content this time.
Totally. The most exciting part is the Summer Surprises event. Just log in and spin. With just 5 spins, you can take home all the rewards, such as brand new Epic Operator Skill Bull Charged Jaguar and KSP 45 Grizzly. Soldiers, summer break has officially begun.
And here's something secret cache lovers will love. The secret cache has new updates. A new gun has been added, and there is a new universal fragment system. You can open the secret caches to your heart's content now.
Too hot to go outside this summer? No worries. Check out the brand new Zoo map in the multiplayer mode. No need to purchase tickets. Just use your bullets for admission.
And that's not all. Multiplayer mode now has a new gameplay, operation, variant. There are various personal buffs and team buffs to make each match more intense. There are tons of rewards too, so don't miss out.
Not to miss, there are big updates in Battle Royale mode too. A new buy station limited time event lets you collect scattered cash across the map and use it to buy airdrop supplies at the station.
One last update, the strongbox system has been upgraded. Some strongboxes now have a chance to trigger surprise discounts when drawn, giving you minimum 30% off your next 10 pull. If you are lucky, you might even get a free 10 pull.
Season 5 is ready to roll. See you on the field, soldiers.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the biggest battleground in Garena Call of Duty Mobile.
This is Garena Masters 9, where champions are made, dynasties are tested, and the echoes of champions ring louder than ever.
Oh man, we got 6 elite teams here, man. One massive $25,000 in prize pool, and the region, it is poised for its next breakthrough.
And it's not just about glory today, bro. I mean, this is the first step to the road to the World Championship. Every victory, every upset, every heartbeat from here on out brings them one step closer to the global stage.
Now, Elevate, for the past 4 seasons, have won everything here. They're the current world champions and they're the current reigning kings of Garena. But now, the entire region seems to look to try to challenge that throne.
Well, SD returns reloaded here, Cali. I mean, Tanatos fields Fearless Youth and RTL Prestige, revives with a vengeance, and every team is chasing victory.
Yeah, so every map, every round, every clutch here, it's going to echo forever through the halls of Garena. So we gotta gear up, lock in, and remember, the road to the World Championship begins here. This is Garena Masters 9 Echoes of Champion, and it starts right now, Warden.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you take a look at the stage here for the run for this Garena Masters 9, aka Stage 3 of the World Championship here in the Garena region. And we started things off here in the qualifier stage with 70 teams, 6 now here on the group stage, and then only 4 makes it to the playoffs. We say goodbye to 2 as we proceed towards the next stage of the competition.
Now, the group stage, they are going to be assembling 6 teams, right? 4 from the qualifiers and 2 direct invites. And we'll be introducing series points, where the team playing in the series will get the following points. So, 2-0 win equals 3 points, a 2-1 win equals 2 points, a 1-2 loss is 1 point, and 0-2 loss is 0 points. Now, moving on to our maps, it's still going to be what we have from last season, but the inclusion of the new map that we got here, which is Combine, is going to truly makes things a little bit more spicier than what we had last time.
Oh yeah, I was kind of expecting to see Combine on Garena Masters 8, but fortunately we didn't really get to see that play out. And well, you know, everyone has to somewhat partake into this very map, as you know, it is part of the World Championship. As now we take a look at the bonus pool lion's share of the prize pool, $25,000 in the line here, Cali.
Yeah, first place walks away with a massive $13,000 on the crown, the glory, and the biggest cut of the prize. Second place, still impressive with a solid solid 4,500 USD. Third place earns you 3,000. The fourth grabs 2,000, and even if you do not make it to the top, fifth and sixth place still go home will not go home empty-handed with 1,500 and 1,000 apiece. Now we have our schedule here for today. We get to take a look at Stalwart Esports matching on with Tanatos, and right after that we get to see the world champions in Elevate taking on Prestige.
Yeah, let's get it on, man. I mean, let's talk about, the champions of champions Elevate here. While the meta is shifting, the teams are adapting. Let's talk about the elephant in the room, Elevate.
Oh, we're talking about that team right there, right? It's going to be four majors that they have won here in Garena Masters, and they have just recently taken home the trophy in Garena Summer Invitation 2025. And it's just not really going to be it's not going to be fair, because this team, they are even winning with their coach playing on the roster.
I mean, definitely, man. I mean, it's not just dominance, it's a true dynasty that we're seeing here. The team is not just winning, they're absolutely crushing, and it's not just in the Garena region itself. We're looking forward to seeing them, get hunted, and the bounty is pretty strong in their head, in not just coming in the local scene, but in the international run as well. And not only that, we go back to Garena Masters 9, where it's a Garena Masters run. So, hey, they're looking for their 5th Garena Masters trophy, and that's unheard of.
And it really is. Now we get to see a team that is breathing down Elevate's neck. And it's the regional rival, Stalwart Esports, going up against Tanatos here on our first game. And we get dragged back into a classic Garena map. That is going to be Hardpoint Summit. That's our first map. So, yeah, this is going to be the first time we're going to be seeing the new lineup brought to you by Stalwart and Tanatos, and more specifically for Stalwart Esports, because after losing to Absolute Zero and falling down 4th place on GSI 2025, that was a wake-up call for them, right? They had to redo their roster because that result hit them hard.
Oh yeah, I mean, we did pick up, first up, they pick up Jai, one of the true standouts this year. He had a breakthrough season with the end of Tanatos, as exactly what you did say, and more so over, Stalwart Esports has made a call and brought him in.
And it's going to be his first time going up against his teammates or his former organization. So let's see how is that going to work out for him. And not only that, right, we do have Reef in for Stalwart Esports as well, and they're backed by one of the most prominent coach in the world in Palitao, who has brought tons of achievements along with him, and is looking to carry over that kind of success with Stalwart Esports. And that is going to be quite a challenge for Tanatos, because you're looking at a team that's fielding in Rex and Darks, right? Two of the most prominent players from last season, and you got Risky there along with Mamra, who's going to be your veteran, and along with Aurora, who's the girl power on this crew. It's still going to be difficult to try to field in this roster against a team that has won at the international level.
Yeah, I just want to pledge this moment as well to give time, and huge thank you to Whoopi for his time in the Call of Duty mobile scene. And he has caught his retirement, STE being his last and final team before he moves on with his journey.
It's just tough, right? But that is going to be the end of the NRX era. And the same thing can be said for the DVT era. With Shut Up actually dropped by Stalwart Esports, there's really no more players. Actually, you still have Idra, but the key iconic players that you have back in the AMT, the NRX Jeremiah, and the DVT era, it has all come to an end. Now it's just all about moving on, and what we have right now is the Elevate X Stalwart Esports era. It's the new generation of players competing for glory, and one has already created that in Elevate. But Stalwart Esports still looking to try to make their mark in this game. Now we open things up on our first game of the season. Let's get this game started. It's Tanatos going up against Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, let's not waste any time here. Tarks, I mean, look at this man here evolving as the time passes by here. Finally here unlocked in for the side of the Tanatos. Start things off here with a game here quite well controlled by the side of Stalwart Esports, but Rex and Tarks, they try to put up a, some difference here and there, but unfortunately for them, ST so far here fully controlled. Not until now with Tanatos, they do find the break inside of the hill.
Yeah, Tanatos, this is one of their signature maps, so let's see if that's going to be making a mark, right? I mean, this is entirely a new roster that they have fielded this time around. I think it's only Mamra that was able to stick along with Aurora, so 3 new players to implement on your roster, and you're still doing a great job holding up your own in terms of the gunfight department on this first hardpoint. That really says a lot on what this team has been doing over the off season, and that's really paying off right now as they take the lead on the first hill.
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate the weight of this match for the first time in such a while as well. You know, Jai was hella devoted to Tanatos, and him being now here playing for under the banner of Stalwart Esports would really say a lot. But now we look at the latter part of that P1. We do get to see the momentary lead now here for a set of Tanatos, but quickly as the opener comes through here on P2, it is going to be Stalwart Esports once again on the driver's seat.
That's where you look to try to make your mark here, right? If your coaches probably tell you would actually know that their pacing around the map is going to be faster, and you also have your zoning, your operators being brought down at the right time. Stalwart Esports will be able to take a good lead as they finally size them up, right? 2 waves, 3 waves of gunfights absolutely shattered here for Tanatos. It's going to be Stalwart running with full steam in this P2.
Yeah, I mean, lovely taker from set of Stalwart Esports. Great build-up as well. Look at the resources. 3 operators going to be investment, and it could be invested. And Reef does have the Predator missile to play with as well in the rotation now towards P3. Early rotation from the set of Stalwart Esports. So Tanatos here going to be on the trail, but they're going to be hitting it now. 2 players here, 3 players on main, but Reef finds some ready to connect, and that cancels out the rotation for feed from the Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, Stalwart just too fast with it, right? All the kills that they managed to accumulate on that P2, it eventually led to all of those operators and those core streaks to be built, and they just immediately dropped the bomb and just took down those players from Thanatos. Now they're still trying to make that break over mid, and that machine actually finds great value as they do find a momentarily break inside of the point, but that only is for a brief moment. They're still trying to contest through the bad spawn, and Stalwart Esports continues to put so much pressure inside, knowing that they're the one closest to the point.
Break it from the front here. SDE, no choices whatsoever. A lovely stack here from the side of Thanatos. 4 players here inside, and now the spawns flip. Player 4, Rex, spawning out. God spawns for Gem, and they take the spawns away. They win the majority of the time. It's a money hill here from the side of Thanatos.
It definitely is, right? But that's SDE on the right side. But you love to see what Tanatos is doing. Just need to make sure that they hold off all of those points on the scrap, and that's how you are going to get back in this game. And all it takes for you is to hold off one good hill, and you're definitely right in striking distance up against Stalwart Esports, who is still going to be early on rotation. Risky still trying to make that route. He does find his way in to the right side of the map, and he does find those skills to flip the spawn. So you're talking about a huge play for rotation, and Risky has got what it takes to make that play, but it's still pretty pesky inside of that point. But Tanatos finds themselves inside and stabilize.
Yeah, latest edition, Stalwart Esports Reef, we go 22 kills already to his name on an overdrive. So far, every investment from him has been flawless. The Freddy connects, Barry connects, but Mamra here tries to make the play as well. The game right back, double screen to his name, clears out the players of SDE, and as we thought that all of a sudden SDE would be able to run out with a ending on the P4, Thanatos, Mamra takes it right back.
Yeah, they take it right back. It's just nice. Amazing place for Stalwart Esports, and you would think they're the ones that is going to be struggling in this game, but they aren't the one finding the losing end. They're always the one finding the opening picks, and always the scrap time on this hard points on those first rotation, and they're going to be right back onto P1. You're talking about Stalwart Esports and their new roster, right? They got Reef doing pretty well with 23 eliminations. You also got Jai there with 24, but Clove still very slow to start. Only 12 kills on this first rotation of hard points, and that is not gonna cut it against an ever relentless Thanatos team that's just putting so much pressure inside of that point.
I mean, the prodigies here, the latest additions, Jai and Reef really carrying the weight here so far for the squad. FDX with a Tempest finds Risky and Tarks. Mamra walks in, the trophy gets dropped, but Mamra once again with an HS shuts him down. And overall, the investment comes true once again. The equalizer from the side of Clove to finish off this hill. Rex, the last glimmer of hope here on the P1, gets taken away, and it is still going to be Stalwart Esports here, slowly but surely, incrementally leading up now and building up the lead of this game.
I just look at what the sudden explosion of Clove could do, right? From 8 kills, 12 kills, suddenly turned into a 6-kill P1. That really took so much out of Stalwart Esports, and Tanatos already has a great lead, right? 141 to 94 on our scoreline as we move into P2. It is going to be Mamra, again, leading the lobby here for Tanatos with 27 eliminations. Now, they do need a massive P2 just to get right back in this game, because Stalwart Esports, they're slowly pulling out again.
Now, can we see here Tanatos once again here, still looking to get the opening here, and so far the latter part of this hard point looks to be them in control, but the sponsor are going to get split up here for the side of Stalwart Esports. And that should be 2 players here from them still trying to sustain. Tanatos here still backtracking the points accumulated by the side of Stalwart Esports, but we get to see now they do have the better side for the rotation as well towards P3, while SDE, they got to settle for the scrap time. Still hard fought, but it's at Tanatos. SDE gets the best out of it, but it's all about the rotation now towards P3.
Yeah, Mamra is just leading the lobby in kills along with Jai on the other aisle. It's just hard, right? 112 to 160. You are banking on this P3 early rotation, but you don't really have anybody pressuring inside of the point. And look at where SD is trying to hit this right through snow. They're trying to make this break work through the front as well inside of the point. They are contesting. Now that is huge outside coming through for the side of Stalwart Esports for the time being. But with the spawns actually favoring for Tanatos, they'll be right back inside the hill.
Yeah, if you are Tanatos here, you want to claim every single bit of time here. Might be able to lower down the lead to just 20 points if ever they do clear this one through. A pinch will be offered. Reef gets denied. The War Machine from the side of Jai finds 1, finds 2, and now 1 player as well hops in. All of a sudden, FTE, they get the break inside of the hill.
They do, and again, we're talking about last 16 seconds here. More often than not, this is the make or break for a team when it comes to playing these hard points, because if we are going to trace back what Elevate has been doing all this year, they've been taking advantage of all those scrap time, and it eventually leads up to a money hill. So that's entirely what has kept Tanatos alive in this game. Contesting all those scrap time, getting those 10s and 15 seconds in overtime, that gives them a full money in the bag. But this is going to be quite a bit of a problem for them, because they do take the late rotation onto P4 in a hill where you need to have the early rotation. You would need to find the break to flip the spawn and put your team around the right side of the map to make sure that you're the ones leading up with the hold inside of the point.
Finally, Tarks here trying to turn off, finds a triple right there. Should be able to clear and pave the way here for the side of Tanatos. Coming through now. Opening break here. Last 30 seconds. Tanatos still looking to be in control. 2 lanes going to be occupied here by the side of Stalwart Esports. They do try to go for the pinch. Player Cheese Skirt has to make the play with a death machine. Can he do it? Stays alive. Goes for the cut. Finds 1, finds 2, but they still not find themselves inside of the hill, not until now. But it's not going to be enough at all. It's going to be a hill 1 by the side of Thanatos.
Yeah, 198 to 167. Still a pretty close game that we got here. Looking into the players that's really standing out, it's Mommer with 40 kills for Tanatos. This guy's carrying all of the load of offense for the team as we enter the third P1.
We go back now here towards the reset once again. Stalwart Esports has always had a better look on those P1s here, Cali, and it has been proving quite a lot of impact as the game passed by. So far, 50-50 battle inside. Mom right here, clearing the way here from the back. Outside, 1 player to worry about. Clove here from the side of STE. But Reef once again whips out the Sparrow, good for 2. Aurora with an equalizer, can't find anyone. It's still a chaotic battle here inside of this hill here, Cali.
And this has been a problem here for Tanatos all this time. This P1, they just could not get any sort of control over it. I mean, they do have Bomber slaying out inside of the point, but they don't have a lot of points being brought out in terms of the objective in this position, and they really need to stack it or even smoke it just to make sure that they are the ones ending up on top.
178 to 216 now we go. Last scrap time, Stalwart Esports gets the best out of it. And now we go back to P2 here where it all could end. The Tanatos can't afford to put up any mistakes. Only needs 29 more points to close out the deal here, Cali.
You're banking on this. You need your operators to do wonders for you. But Stalwart Esports FTX on the flank finds Risky as well as Aurora. That is going to flip the spawns. But it doesn't actually put SDE over towards the left side of the map. So Tanatos are still alive in this game. Finding breakthroughs through their operators. They have shut down the first wave of gunfights from Stalwart Esports, and they do have still operators backing them up, shutting down Stalwart in this push for the second time. Tanatos remains strong on the first 30 seconds.
No more resources to be found here for the side of SDE. Risky still has his war machine to be played with if ever the timing is right. Spawns does get flipped though. SDE has the better look now, but it's going to be Tanatos once again, still stacking the hill near into perfection. Reeve finds himself inside. Rex gets the trade, clears it up now. Tanatos only 15 more points to claim, and they should be able to tie up the game, but it's not going to be enough here inside of this hill.
Yeah, I mean, look at this, man. Stalwart Esports Jai with 54. Mamra is about to drop a 50 as well, and this P3 is going to decide everything. Stalwart needs to lock down the back of the map. Tanatos are pushing in, holding off the point with the war machine in the hands of Risky. They're controlling the front. They have shot those players down, but they still do not have the spawns for this hard point rotation. SDE now finds the flank, and they got FDX inside of the point contesting. It's a 1v1 inside, but Mamra wins the point. They still also have number 3 in blue trying to route through snow, but they will not get the kill. Operator is shot down as well. Stalwart remains firm inside, but this game still far from over.
12 points, 11 points, 10 more points. The timer counts down. SCE, can they find the means to hold this one off? Yes, they can. Sparrow is out. Reef, it's over. SDE wins the first map here on Garena Masters 9.
Wow, 250 to 227. I would say this was not a map that I would expect to be close, knowing the firepower that you got in for Stalwart Esports, but I am quite impressed with how Tanatos did their job here. I mean, you're talking about Mamra dropping a 50 bomb. That is just insane. Typically not the guy I was watching out for to drop me a 50, but if it works, right? That has kept them the game.
Wow, I mean, it was definitely on paper, it is a very strong squad here for SDE, but the fact that, you know, Tanatos was able to keep it close was really remarkable as well. And obviously, you did say, Cali, if you are handled by Politao, you should be expecting nothing but the best in regards to, you know, the proper team composition. Fortunate for the set of SDE, they dodged a bullet in this one. Tanatos, a lot of potential, surely, in that squad.
I'm curious to see what they could do when we enter the search and destroy, but we talk about Stalwart Esports now and what just happened. Jai just gave his former team a 55 kill bomb, if I'm not mistaken, and he was the reason why this team was on the lead, right? We had him and Reap actually stepping up, the new guys for Stalwart Esports providing that extra energy to put that game to rest. And all that they needed at the end was Clove to finally wake up, because on the first rotation he had 8 kills. On the next P1, that was 8 kills right away, Warden.
Yeah, definitely. And you take a look at the whole run here for the highlights. I mean, early at the start, we were able to see SDE, you know, was on the trail just for a little bit. And in fact, you know, it wasn't really a game where it got separated off like one hard point, no. It was truly back and forth, a ping pong battle to be seen. And there was just a final adjustment that we were able to see from set of SDE where it mattered the most. They were able to build up those operator skills and was able to close it out. Actually, never mind. We did get to see a 60-point lead. Tanatos was able to find a recovery. And rest assured, there was a moment where we did get to see the equalizer, but not really enough for them to take the lead right back.
I mean, P1, the first hard point, P1, first rotation was the only time that we saw Tanatos really played well in the overall P1s that we had, right? It has always been Stalwart Esports chaining that P1 to P2 on the second and on the third rotate, but you still gotta have to admire the way that Tanatos placed his map, because it reminds you so much of Elevate. Even though they do have a different kind of roster, they still play the same philosophy over and over again. And that kept the game close, right? Playing for scrap time, turning those into your own money hill over time. That's how they got back inside this game and even got close to winning. It's just that on the last rotation, on that P3, they just could not have their operators to help them to make the flip of spawn happen. And that just really costed them that game. But either way, this is going to be a great start on the season. Both teams guns loaded and kicking it on.
Yeah, exactly. And I just want to draw back what you said there, Cali. You know, scrap time is going to be really important. I think we've come to the point where P1s are not really considered scrappy hills anymore. A lot of these teams, especially a team notably like Elevate, they've been able to make this P1s really get turned into a money hill, and it has been able to set the difference. If you were able to claim like 20 points, 10 points, and then you run down, how many times did you go back to P1? 30, like 3 times perhaps. That's free 30 points to your name, and you get to see the whole like rundown at the end of the game. What was the differential? Only like 20 to 30 points. So every scrap time really matters inside of a competition like Call of Duty Mobile.
Yeah, it is. And again, I'm just gonna have to remind you, Stalwart Esports Jai did not drop 50, did not drop 55, but dropped 60 kills. That is straight up the highest kill game that we got in the current season. So I'd say we have a great start right here for this season, and it really does echoes of champions. SDE Jai, formerly a player for A&M Tanatos Warden, yeah, truly lighting things up on a new roster. A fresh new roster for STE, and he's the one shining on it. That really is refreshing to see that a player of a caliber like him back in GM3 was just a role player, has turned into a star-studded player.
Definitely. I mean, Jai ever since has been scouted by a lot of players. I mean, I had a conversation with Jai, like, I wanted to give him, there was some organization that tried to reach to me to try to reach to Jai. And this player is definitely a trendy player and definitely an eye catcher. I mean, even to the point where back then, back for Elevate when they were under Mamba Esports, Kalo would get him as a sub because he can definitely like really bring in whatever things the team needs in a team composition. He's a very good team player. He can rock the AR pretty well. He can be a really good flex if it's needed. And if you need to slap around, search and destroy, Jai never fails as well.
He never fails. He's just really, it's just his prime right now. I think that's what you're going to have to expect from him. And it's not just that, right? The way he brings a lot of value on his operator too, I think, is the shining factor about this. And I feel like if you're ever going to think about a War Machine player, it's not going to be either anymore, right? It's going to be Jai because of how relentless and how consistent those shots are.
Well, MVP, guess who it is going to be? Jai.
Wow!
Well, hey. It makes sense. It makes sense.
It makes sense
because because Kalo
wanted Jai on Mamba Esports before.
Definitely. And not only that, Jai's mentor is Kalo.
Yeah. It makes sense. You gotta honor the mentor. You gotta honor thy master. And Jai just honored thy master. We're gonna get right back into that. Just give us a quick race. It's an early hiccup, and we can't give it. We were talking about Kilo, and we kind of cursed it, right, Warden?
Yep, definitely. And hey, first day bloopers always happens, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, rest assured, we're gonna
what
be
the hell?
fixing things
that's just like Cooper Flag being Flash in Sports Central. It's like
twice.
8 billion, all of those. Yeah, not once but twice, man.
We were talking about that earlier.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. But yeah, talking about this game, yeah, Jai really stole the spotlight. He was the MVP of this game by a mile, right? But now we're gonna take it another time, and here we go, our MVP.
Let's go!
Stalwart Esports Jai with 60 kills, 36 deaths. And well, Joe, take a look at that KDA, 1.67 on a 60 bomb. It is what it is. That operator War Machine really doing wonders for him as well. SDE, they made the right choice. This is like AG from last year all over again.
Met this guy in a LAN event, in your hometown there, Cali, and you will never expect that this type of player, on that event, that he would be rocking this type of numbers. This guy's very docile, very humble, just all around going, always putting up a smile. But when he put himself inside of the competition for Call of Duty Mobile, this guy's a monster.
He really is, and you just can't really deny that at this point. And it's a reason why Stalwart Esports took him in, because of the talent that he's going to be able to provide to this team, not just to win this matchup right here, but to beat Elevate. They've been breathing under Elevate's neck for so many times now, Warden. They've came so close, but always so far from being the #1. But with this current roster, you would think they might really have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this whole run though from this whole competition so far for Garena Masters 9. On paper, we obviously know, and we did get to see as well, you know, the announcement for the slots for the World Championship. There's only going to be 2 slots for Garena. And last year we had Stalwart Esports and Elevate. Now you take a look at this. SDE on Jai on SDE. Is it really solidified? I mean, we got to see earlier. It was only the first map though, so it's kind of like hard to call and how far this you know, dominance will come through here from the set of STE, because Tanatos was not really too far behind as well. And now on paper, I feel like there's 4 teams that's really reaching for the you know, being the contenders for the World Championship. And obviously, we've seen Tanatos, we've seen STE already so far in Hardpoint. We're moving over to SnD soon enough, but obviously we at the back as well. We got TRT waiting in line. And obviously we don't need to mention Elevate, because we all know Elevate most likely will just bag the #1 slot.
I mean, I think that is really that's the unfair thing here, right? You would face Stalwart, you would face TRT, you would face Tanatos, and sometime you're gonna be walking in the dark and you're going to be faced with that big wall, and you look over to the top, and it's just Elevate gatekeeping Garena. That's just the problem that you know, these other teams have to face, right? How do you beat Elevate? How do you take a map away from them? And overall, how can you even take a series when even the second best team in this region cannot even win the series for so many time? For so many months, we have not seen it, but I am not mad. I am just emphasizing that they are really echoing as the champions.
I mean, on paper, Cali, Garena basically has 1 slot, because one slot goes directly to Elevate.
We're not being biased here, but that's the truth, bro.
Well, to start, we tried not to be biased. At the end, we still try not to be biased, but
yeah,
you just can't avoid the numbers. You can't avoid the stats. I mean, you know, we may be able to speculate that, okay, it has been some time since Garena Masters 8 and then GSI, and then moving over now to Garena Masters 9. Has things changed? We tried to speculate this after the World Championship, you know, when we went to a dry state in regards to the competition. But it was a bit of time for us to see, you know, the next Garena Masters or the next event where Elevate was able to participate into. And then, you know, there was a lot of speculation. Has Elevate washed now? Then all of a sudden they just ran through the group stage and the playoffs, and nothing changed.
Nothing really changed, and I think you gotta admire that the hunger of this team is it's not dying down, right? The flame keeps getting bigger, and that's what's the scary part about this. We have seen multiple world champions win the world title and disband right after that. We've seen Elevate win the world's title and has won every tournament that they have played so far, and are looking to try to not just win 1 but 2 world championship title. But it's not going to be easy no more, because teams have caught on, and I just hope that we get some great fights here this season. And I think the first game definitely would be a great premonition of what's more to come in this GM9.
I'm still all in support for a set of Elevate, you know, Filipino pride and glory right there. One of the best, if not the best, dynasty that we've ever seen here in this Call of Duty mobile competition. And moving over, you know, it's just gonna be a tough one. Who's gonna be that? You know, that's always the question that we have here, Cali. In every tournament that we get to cast, the question remains: who's gonna be a contender up against Elevate? And so far, there has been none. But anyways, enough of Elevate. We go back to Tanatos and Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, let's go back to that topic, because this is the current game. Yeah, the SnD is going to be the game that we're going to be up ahead, right? Now, one thing for sure that we gotta know is that Stalwart Esports, they take Predator, Search, and Destroy. Now, for Tanatos, it's not really a strong mode for them, right? They prefer more on respawns, and that's how they manage to stay alive on the qualifier stage for GM9. So it will be quite a tall task for them to win at SnD, but if anything, really, if they kept that first game close, we could see the second game be close as well.
Yo, and looking like we do have the coin toss now here. Standoff is going to be banned. Coastal is going to be away as well. Corona Metropolis, STE, they don't want it. Tunisia is out, and we do stick to the El Clasico firing range. We go, Cali.
Okay, I want me some firing range. This is it had its fair share of moments in the COD World Championship and on the recent GM8 GSI. And this is exactly a map where you would try to bring Tanatos in if you are Stalwart Esports, right? Because this is where Reef shines the most. And we're talking about Stalwart Esports, who was missing First Blood Reapers in Search and Destroy. That's where Jai and Reef comes in. You have a strong sniper in Jai, you have a great frontman and a man that can hold up the point in Reef in these sites. So let's see really what they're truly made of in this new roster with Coach Palitao in the program. I just hope that they deliver.
I think the biggest question mark here is just going to be SKAER. SKAER is not really known for Search and Destroy. Does tend to struggle quite a lot here and there, so it would be pretty impressive to see if ever SKAER does, carry the weight that he is able to provide on hard point, transition it over towards Search and Destroy. While we take a look at the Tanatos, Rex and Torx, bro. On SnD, very promising duo.
Yep.
You have Rex, if I'm not mistaken, Torx rocking that SMG marksman role, so all eyes on Torx with the scopes.
That will be a tall challenge for him because he's going up against one of the best, easily one of the best snipers in the world in FTX. And you add in the superstar player, I don't think he's going to be a super rookie no more because this guy has already proven that way over the years. Jai is the new superstar in Garena, and that sniper is going to be one of the bigger challenge that Tanatos will have to play, especially on a map made of paper mache. Firing range, tons of wallbang spots. Let's see if the teams can really put a lot of their mark in the board on this map.
You really like paper mache, Cali. You're a very artistic person, I can tell.
No, not really, but yeah. It is what it is.
Bro. Wall bangable spots on firing range, wood specifically, even like Railer has a lot of bangable spots, and even like I mean, you know what, just name every spot. I think the only thing that's invulnerable with wall bangs is probably not even 10, because there is a wall bang spot as well on 10. So eyes on better watch out for those lineups. And I think that has been like a nature as well for some old maps. I think new maps now doesn't really have a lot of wall bangable spots. But anyways, soon enough we are going to be transitioning to Search and Destroy here. Comment down below if you guys are all in support for a set of Tanatos or Stalwart Esports. We want to see the crowd go wild there, and check out who's gonna be a crowd favorite.
Let's see. Let's do comment down below who is the team that you want to support here the most in the YouTube and on the Facebook comment section. Just type in Tanatos if you're a Tanatos fan. Just type in SDE if you are an SDE fan. And yeah, a couple of big shoutouts right there on the comment section as well. You got Zim, one of the coaches from Seoul Esports and one of the most prominent coaches in the world, actually watching in the stream right now. So if you guys want to have a lot of inputs from the games that we are going to be having right now, feel free to bug Zim right there in the comment section, because he knows his stuff, right? Well, Zim, you talk about... Zim is what? He's a North American regional champ, India regional champ, European regional champion. That's 3 regions that he's been able to get, man. That's no luck at all. That takes skills.
Bro, you got to drive back, bro. You got to nitpick it. 2019 Omen Elite, 2020 Tribe Gaming. You had Team Mayhem, bro, NYSL, and then he was on Animus. He was in Yo Mama. Every team, bro. You got to call it. Yeah, bro. He coached a team back then called Yo Mama, and obviously can't forget Truly and King's Clan as well, and obviously the one and only Vitality. My go Zim.
Yeah. My man Zim right there. So now we are going to move on to that topic, and now we focus more on playing this game. I know you guys have been waiting for this next game, and I know we are too. We can't wait to see the version of Stalwart Esports that we are going to get, our first look on this new roster, and we are just about to download the assets and enter inside the game. As Tanatos looks to try to survive this best of 3, can they manage to make it work and force a map 3 to win it? At least score a point in our series point mechanic, Warden. Let's come and find out.
Yeah, let's come and find out. Let's get it on here as we start things off here on the first round. It is going to be Tanatos here, starting things off here with a 2-3 split. Hoping to see that SC is going to go for the B execution, but looking like it's going to be playing for pickoffs. Not just head. Never mind. They do make the call, but they bite the rotation, and Rex gets caught off guard. And now it's a 4-man push here. Only player alive that is going to be risky here, trying to hold on strong for the squad.
All right. It's going to be a heavy B push. And I love how Aurora is the one initiating all of the attacks on that B side, finds those 2 eliminations, and even finds the bomb drop on the A side, on the B side. However, they are facing Reef on a 1v2, and he's got that newly added VMP in his hands, and that shoots like a fennec, but even faster and with no recall, but Risky still finds the kill with the AR. Tanatos takes the first round.
Tanatos here, able to get the recovery, despite the fact that they didn't really get the best of call here. I mean, they starting things off with a 3-2 split on leaning towards the B side, but they rotated quite early as well. And now we get to see a default format here of a 2-1-2. SC this time around looking like they want to play for the pickoffs once again. Smoke's going to be dropped. Mommer is going to be crawling here with the smoke. That could be a playmaker later on. For the time being, looking like it's going to be a stalemate.
Yeah, Smoke just took over Mommer's truck on that spot. Could be a very tricky option, but it does look like it's going to be a 1-3-1 split for Stalwart Esports. For the first 30 seconds, they would look to try to play for a pick before even going on a certain bomb site. So they're really slowing things down, but there we go. That's the first blood. We were talking about the challenge here. Jai versus Torx. That marks the first attack right there. Jai takes the first blood onto him. Makes this a 5v4 situation. But even with that kill, Stalwart are hesitating to move on to a site.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point here, if you are SD, you have found one player from the side of Tanatos. I think it might just be time here to gather up and go for a 5-man push. You take the gamble that it might just be a singular player there on that A side and finally do so. That information can be relayed there on the mid-map. Momra knows trade factor. There's going to be 3 players there on the trailer side. Has to make the play. Reef swings on by, finds a hit marker. Follow-up shot, good for him. But from the back, we find one Skirt that will be shutting him down. And that will be FTX trying to swing on by. Double shot from them, back and forth trade. And it's still Tanatos still winning and reigning supreme, but Skurd slips on 1v2 situation, finds one information, is out now, and the double truck comes through. Tanatos able to hold on to their weight, and they find the second round on the board.
Bro, if you just look at what just happened on that game, you saw that smoke on that barrels. That was a triangle play for Tanatos. That was the first time I've seen that, and Stalwart Esports tried to chow that 1 by 1, and they were led into a 1v3 situation, and all of them just dropped dead. Now they're just forcing their play on towards the A side with the smokes in their back, but Tanatos are here. They got the stunts and the smoke to back them up. Their rotation looking to be clean off of that play with Torx finding the first blood onto Jai. 5v4 for Tanatos. They got a guy that they can spend on to play the bait, to make their presence felt on this A-long retake.
Patience is virtue here for the set of STE. Tanatos has been really spectacular on the retake. Swings on, Risky finds 1, Risky finds 2. Will gets a double as well, but all of a sudden FTX is going to be all alone in a 1v3 situation. One hit from the ref, Rex shuts him down, and Tanatos once again hailing from the skies. 3-0 already in the search and destroy.
That is just clean retakes right there. Once Starks was able to find Jai, they immediately just tried to stack all the way towards that A barrels and just played off of tempo, right?
Ooh.
Talking about that break, Mommer was the key player there. The point man looking so strong. Stalwart Esports are nailed down to 0 round wins on the first 3 rounds.
Oh, Skirdo able to get the first frag here. That will be one of the first times that SDU will be able to get the first blood. Once again, I think that will be the second now. Pushing over. Retake will be on. Bomb's still not going to be planted. Skurd. 2 open. Finds himself connected with Aurora. Jai's going to be lurking here on his mid-map. Finds Rex away.
What?
Rex able to slip on. Clove looking to get the trade. Player 5 Risky here looking to push up now towards the trailer side. But Clove finds Risky away. Now it's going to be a 2v3 situation. Your numbers advantage for a set of SD. The bomb's going to be planted as well. They should have the factors. They should have the numbers. And they should have this round for themselves.
Yeah, they have a solid position to hold down mid. Unless they do try to force their way into Americans. And that information is going to be heard. Darts knows about this. He finds one. Makes it a little bit more doable for Rex to block FTX down. Slide in, shuts down Reef, and 19 seconds to defuse the clock. Tanatos with the retake. This game is not going anywhere. Tanatos has this in the bag.
Search and destroy, baby. Tanatos Back then, prominently, SDE was one of the best teams on SnD. Now Tanatos here just taking the spotlight. My days, try to go for a rush. Doesn't matter. Take it slow. Doesn't matter for Tanatos. They can retake the hell out of the site. Now, take it slow. And they find the answer. Because so for Tanatos, they're just doing textbook plays on SnD. Get the first blood. Good case. But will it convert to a win is the question.
I'm slowly starting to regret what I said about Reef, right? Because you would really expect him to be the player that will make the opening plays for Stalwart Esports, because that's what literally what his job was when he was playing for ABC. But here, it's just a whole different ballgame. He's in charge of playing an AR weapon. This is how X-Rock plays. 2 snipers, 3 ARs, 1-3-1 split. We move on in the first 60 seconds. And Tanatos definitely has the bag here when it comes to playing with pace, and that's definitely what's being felt here by Stalwart Esports. It feels kind of heavy to try to move around the map with those weapons. And here we go, Tanatos on the break. As we move on towards the B side, it's an equal 3v3 battle. FDX finally gets the shot down. 2 players he gets to retaliate to, and Clove finds the last player to get that kill. And SDE definitely will get the bag. First round, let's see if they can chain that.
Yeah, finally the first here for them, but you move over now towards the second to the last round here of the half, and let's see what's going to be the best respondent here from the side of Tanatos or SDE. Once again, you did say, can they find the chain here? All comes down to the man on the scopes to try get the open here. Doesn't really have a lot of opportunities aside from the mid map. But an extension as well there from one player from the side of Tanatos that will be Momra. Should be able to relay a lot of information. So solidification should be expected here on his B side as Clove now here leads the way. Prestige still wins the fight. Rex finds one as well. And now the cavalry arrives. FDX though. And Jai finds one. Risky is still going to be behind the car here with a heady. And now it's only going to be a 2v3. Scared. Sweating bullets. Can he get it? Sprays on by. Risky still wins. FDX now one of the best snipers all alone in a 1v3 situation.
Yeah, that VMP is really fast right now. FDX is trying to clutch this. So he picks, but he does not remove anybody. And yeah, that is going to be it, man. 5-1.
5-1 we go. Second half now. Initiates. Beautiful as it can be here inside of this game. SDE, can they play better defense here, comparing it to Tanatos? And look at Tanatos here, just surging it all down here on his mid-map. Risky finds the first player from the side of SDE, having a hard time finding the shots to connect, and it's going to be a clearance here from the side of Tanatos to get the bomb planted. A 4v5 could be the case.
Risky still's got that VMP in his hands. And it's part of the new type of update, right? That VMP really knows how to kick it, has a fast fire rate. Really knows the damage that it can bring up close, right? Fast time to kill as well. And Risky's really put it to good use with 11 kills in his hands. Now, Stalwart Esports are taking a little bit more time to get there in terms of finding those kills. And Tanatos are going to make that plant work with a 5v4 advantage. They also got to hold on towards that trailer.
Ooh. Look at Tarks.
And they have Tarks actually wrapping around the back as well.
Oh, but Skur, does he see him? No, never mind. Player 4 checks out. FDX, Tarks backs away, but the attention has been diverted and the kills is now spontaneous as well around the vicinity of the bomb side. Skur hops off. Rex still finds the kill. FDX looking to get a refrag, but the punch down to the face. Ring the bell, baby. It's the game of Tanatos.
Yo, this is just crazy. And Rex really... The value that you get from him when it comes to playing Search and Destroy is just insane. That's what he's been able to provide for Elinari Esports back in GM8. And he's doing that here with Tanatos on this firing range map where you really thought they'd be the ones ending up with the loss here. It's the exact total opposite, with Tanatos now just a round away from winning this map and forcing a map number 3.
Watch the bomb. Momra drops the bomb on P1. Under the 3 players of SDE as well. Rex, the closest player there is. Risky gets taken down to one side of the side. Rex here caught in the middle. He's alive though, but FDX finds the connection, and it's going to be Aurora here to Queen. all alone here. 1v3 situation. FDX finds the headshot with a Tundra. And finally, we get to see someone live here from the set of Stalwart Esports.
Just what they need to force overtime. That is 1 round done. You got 4 rounds to go. Moving on.
They have the bomb.
Next round here, going to be opening up. Faster tempo. A fast tempo, a fast rhythm is what Tanatos looks to be offering. Another split push here towards A will come through. Aurora finds the entry frag now towards Sharif. Stalwart Esports, they quickly reinforce this with 3 players here on the barrel side, but look at the swing! 4-man push! Mom right here extends. FDX and Jai finds one for themselves, and now FDX is going to be all alone. They know exactly where he's going to be. Risky off the rip from the flank. Aurora from the front shuts it down. Tanatos wins search and destroy in a 7-2 manner.
That is just a masterclass, a clinical take there for Tanatos. The VMP, the sniper, as well as the breakthrough when it comes to playing for retakes, it's just insane. Stalwart Esports could not do anything about it. And we are going to be seeing a map number 3 to start our day. This is what you love talking about, man. This roster shuffles, it's either going to be a make or break on your modes. And for Tanatos, they're completely not far behind on that map number 1, right? It was just a 23-point margin that they lost up against Stalwart Esports. This would have been a 2-0 if they could have found a way to make the break on that P3, but you're still going to take it, even without Jai on the roster. Mamra definitely stepping things up. He is up there with Jai in terms of firepower. You also got Rex that is not afraid on the spotlight. And with the guidance of Risky and Aurora, your 2 most experienced players in this roster, they really got what it takes, man.
You make a super squad on paper, seems to be a strong team, but one thing as well is that, you know, chemistry is going to be a big factor now, but at the same time, I think both of these teams shares the same type of struggle in regards to building chemistry. I mean, it was a trade-off between players over player share for Tanatos and Stalwart Esports. I mean, Tanatos didn't really get a player from the set of STE, but more so Jai, you know, went to the set of STE, but Tanatos, brand new squad, they had to pick up the trifecta of Ilinari, backline Garena Masters 8, and that is going to be Rex and Tarks, but more so over, just better reads here from the set of Tanatos, better pacing. You saw that offense, well, we got to see SDE, they took it slow, and once they decided to go for the push, it was a bit too late. While Tanatos, they never hesitated when they went for the push on the A side, split towards A, no hesitation, just play for the trade, play for the quad chalice, no double chalice, Cali, quad chalice, they cleared on this side, just like that.
I mean, you know what the beauty is here for Tanatos is that they are fearless. That's what you get from the youngins, right? You got a guy like, you know, Mamra, you got a guy like Rex, who is definitely new to the scene, but are not afraid to take those risks and really put their team on the board. And Tanatos really did step up here, ending up with that win. But talking about Stalwart Esports now, they really have a long way to go to fix their search and destroys. I feel like the addition of Reef and Jai is a constant, you know, plug and play on that hard point, and in the controls. I believe in the search and destroy is where things will get tricky for them, because they really need to, you know, loot their way into this, right? They gotta connect successfully, right? And there are just moments inside of the match where they were just disjointed and disconnected, and it really hurted their odds of just winning rounds, especially when they were on the attack. But your MVP for this Series 1, map number 2, nothing but Mang Jonel Risky with 13 kills for that 3.25 KDA ratio. You really love to see it, man.
Yeah, good old classic Mang Jonel back in track, baby. I mean, Risky, I mean, you can't say anything about this guy. This guy is just one of the nicest out there. Really good role player and really impactful overall. Now, you take a look at the highlights here for this game. I mean, what was the highlight reel here? I mean, at the first half, it was somewhere back and forth, but once you get to see the offense play out from set of Tanatos, it really paved them the way to victory.
I really wanted to take a look at that Kylo post play that on the retake that Tanatos was setting up on that barrel, because that's really interesting for me, because they were really expecting SDE to swing forward and not just hold their ground. And I believe that could be one of the things that Stalwart Esports needs to do a lot better on when they got the post plant setup done. I feel like they just gotta hold down, chill, and just hold the trailer, because that's really what happens. Because you look at this, they got 3 players actually pushing Americans. There's almost this was the moment where you would think you just have to sit back down, go inside trailer. It is a 2v3 situation. You can play for trades, but I guess they just are greedy with the kills, and I think that's just gotta stop if they do want to win in a high level search and destroy.
Well, the Tyrannosaurus Rex is just him, bro. I mean, really the king of that very round. And fortunately, you know, once we get to see this round play out on the next round here, Mamro was able to get 1. And finally, we get to see SC, you know, made the decisive call to actually head straight towards the very run, where FTX was able to clear out the run on the B bomb side, and obviously one of his teammates was able to get a finishing blood. But you move over now towards the next round, where, you know, SC tried to make the same exact call, but Risky was just able to hold on, was able to get 1 crucial flick towards the back, able to hold on towards another elimination there behind the green card, and was able to close it out at the end as well.
I think it really is important that you know how to play your weapon. And for Risky, I think he got 13 or 14 kills in this game, right?
Yep.
And the VMP is an SMG that can really hit it on these close ranges. It's a Fennec on crack, right? It's just really difficult to compare it to a Fennec now, because the recoil is definitely much more easier to manage, and the sights is just going to be unfair. Because if you take a look at it, it's just so much easier for you to view your opponents with that extra added scope, right? So that really it is. That really is it for that VMP. Now we move on to map number 3, Warden. It's going to be Control, and from what we've seen, that first game was close. Could have been Tanatos' way, but STE won it with the help of Jai's 60 kills. But this time it was a Rex masterclass. I'm curious to see what map 3 is.
You know, in some way, I don't like to make a call, especially when it's the first day, when we don't really have like fair engagement for statistics. But something about Jai on Control is a really promising talent, and especially,
yes,
you know, when you take a game of Control, you can win by elimination or you can win by the capture. And one thing that I can truly vouch for, and I can feel like I can lean towards the SDE for, is the elimination factor. You bring in Reef, you bring in Jai to bag on those eliminations that they were able to put up on a hard point, and Clove get back on track. I feel like this would be a pretty tough, you know, possible match here for set of Tanatos. But hey, let's see. Looking like we are going to be sticking to the classic core of the Control map raid. So hey, eyes on the snipers for this one.
FTX or Jai? Who's going to be the main sniper? One thing for sure that we know, Warden, is that the War Machine from Jai is going to be coming up huge value once again.
Yep.
And I believe if you do want to win Control raid, you need to have your War Machine find the right spots when it comes to trying to break or hold down the sites, and you gotta have your Equalizer be able to find a lot of value when it comes to the trapping at the spots. So those are the 2 huge scenarios here for these 2 squads. And it's a make or break, right? Either way, you win this, you get 2 points. The loser gets only 1 point. And for Tanatos to win up against Stalwart Esports on the very first day, that will be huge to put themselves at a higher ranking over Stalwart off of day 1.
Well, we'll see about it now. And so far, looking like we are going to be seeing the lineups here once again. No changes whatsoever. Look at the operator skills. Eyes on Risky and Jai with a War Machine. Tempest here for the set of Mamra and Clove.
No Equalizer?
Annihilator, though. Equalizer is going to be there for the set of Aurora, but definitely they're going to be relying on more on those range, as the Annihilator, that machine will come in as well, but more so over Reef on the Sparrow. Definitely a hard operator to use, but you can really, the only plus side here for the Sparrow is that there's a lot of, you know, vehicles that you can detonate to probably utilize it. But in regards to precision, it really needs a lot. So I kind of understand more. And I'm kind of favoring more the operator composition here for a set of Tanatos, much more over comparing it to STE.
I mean, it's really interesting to see what the lineup is for the operators, right? Because Raid definitely is more of a medium range map, so you would really find a lot of value in terms of kills with the types of depth machines, the Annihilator, the Tempest. But Equalizer is still going to be one of the top tier weapons you need on your lineup, just to make sure he got that steady presence of those close range engagement. So let's see if that's going to pan out for Tanatos better, or is it going to be SDE that will come up on top on our very first game of the season. Let's get this game on round 1, and it is going to be both teams claiming the first 5 kills, so it's just pretty much equal to the very first round.
All gonna come down to who can get map extension here, occupy every lane, and probably try to go for the spawn trap. And now you take a look at SDE. They've entered Zig as well, and they have circled around the players of Tanatos. So if they do get the read, they might either go for the spawn trap, and looking like they are going for the spawn trap. But Reef loses the fight. Tarks gets the flick, and now the spawn trap gets cancelled out though. But more so over, the capture is still on here as well. They're on an A control point, and they're going to be dominating the life count.
I want to know what ST is doing right now, because they're trying to prioritize the garage invasion. They want to trap the spawns of Thanatos for the earlier being, as they do give up the A side. But here's the problem. If Thanatos gets a right read on this, they might not even just care about going back towards the spawn. It is going to be a 3v2 on the B side, and they can just go and push through it and get the capture and force SDE to make those rotations. And that's exactly what they do! Thanatos heads over towards the laundry side, and now they're doing time in the board on the B side. SDE still keeping it very close to the huge kill on the skirt. It's 4 eliminations straight for him.
Over 12 now here. Live's gonna be all equal. This is all gonna come down to the trade. FD actually good for 1. Jai on the mid map as well, able to take control. And as we thought that glory would come through for the set of Thanatos, SD has the better map control, and it's just all gonna come down to how well can Thanatos recover from this.
A beautiful transition from STE from the garage invasion all the way to a B side defense. And credit that to Skirt, who finds the 4 piece in the board. This game is still a toss. It's a heave. Still a very close game in the life count advantage. Life count, right? Life count department, as I would say. But it's a 6v5. You got a Predator missile. You see the information where this player Thanatos is, and they are taking their time. They know where they are.
5v5 now here. Treat this like Search and Destroy. El Classic Raid SnD could be the case. Rex able to get 1 here so far, but it's still going to be a 5v5. Momra and Skurd alongside Jai does have their operator skills to be played with now. It's just all going to come down to play for the pickoffs. Rex could be the entry fragger here, but got an eye out for Skurd extended there. Did they check the corner? No, never mind. But Rex there might just be able to get the trade, but Skurd still wins the fight with a machine pistol. And now it's a 2v5. Really great opener here from the side of the Thanatos. But the STE now has the odds favored for their side. Not unless Risky can make the play. Air spotted out. Skurd shuts him down as well. But it's still going to be STE shockingly winning the round.
I mean, just like as you say it, right? For STE, they were crumbling down, but Skurd was keeping the team alive. 9 eliminations straight. The defense on that B side fully locked down single-handedly by Skurd, and that just stopped Tanatos from claiming the objective. But now we move on to round 2. We switch of sides, and Tanatos are going to have a great opening break on the middle of the map. Look at it, trying to push for a spawn trap, but that is going to be quite hard off the get-go. You would need to find yourself a bit more of a zone to get more kills to extend your team into the enemy spawn, and they do exactly that with Rex now finally in the garage spawn.
And if you want really a spawn trap to be much more effective, you need Aurora with her equalizer, but unfortunately with only 1 elimination to her name. That could be the case, but fortunately the rest of her team is still doubles it down. And look at the life count here, Cal. The discrepancy is on 17 to 24. Bled it over. 7 life count elimination lead here for the side of the Thanatos, and it's not looking to change at all. It's SDE, the scramble across this mid-map, looking to divert their attention. They're on that A control point. 2-man push to be offered, but look at the kitchen's high control as well. There's going to be one that is going to be Aurora. Tiki will be panhandled as well. And SDE, they do find a window of an opener here on the control point, but the life count is getting dismantled.
Yeah, but still great exit kills coming through for Reef. Just gonna have to worry about the guy on the flank. That is Rex, all the way to the driveway, and he is gonna drive by to get himself 2-piece chicken nuggets, and that is gonna really dwindle down Stalwart Esports more. As they do find a B-side hit, that's gonna be extra clock added into... That extra minute added to the clock, right? But the numbers are just dwindled down so much that it's going to be pretty rough for them to make a Hail Mary on the A side unless they do find a miracle. It's gonna have to start here on this mid-map, but they are gonna crumble down, losing the trade But they do gain kitchen control. They got 2 operators available. They can pull it here, but it's too much of a risk. They're only down to their last 5 players. This game pretty much done. This should be a Tanatos round 2 victory on the defensive side.
Back and forth here at the end, but you know, when you look at the life count, it can't be a back and forth. Someone from the set of SDE has to make the play, has to come out huge. So far, Reef here from the front side, able to get 1, draws back away. Mama looks to get the trade. Reef still finds 1. Still not gonna be over, not just yet. FDX with the sniper here lurking across as an annihilator to play with. Reef still gonna be on for a spree, and then all of a sudden it's a 2v5 situation now. Marmara takes himself out. 2v5.
Oh,
Annihilator is going to be out. FTX is going to go for the risk. Going to risk it. X out. Able to find 1. Ops 1. Ops 2, but never mind. Doesn't get the connection. Reef's now going to be all alone. 1v5. Has a Sparrow in hand. All 5 of the players from the side of Nado's just going to be there on the corner, and Malmer shuts him down. A risk to be taken by the side of FDX. Not bad, but unfortunately it didn't go to his way.
damn, man. That could have been a switch of side, but just could not really hit it with that Annihilator. So going to be a nice try. You're still back at defense if you're Stalwart esports, so you should be able to find your way into the mid-map again. But look at all those base being going around the Guardians and Risky. Gonna get a lot of value over that War Machine as he finds the double. Potentially a triple on the guy on the Vans, and his team is gonna clear it out for him. Now this was the problem for them. They could not really get a capture on the B side, so they intend to push here first. 1 segment already done, but the life count still going to be pretty much equal in this round 3.
Yeah, first 5 kill metrics are going to be all equal. Beautiful shot from the side of Reef here, looking to chain it down. Aurora goes away. Extended now, looking to get more. Does get taken away, but Clovis there for the trade. And look at the map control here from the side of SDE, once again circling around, forcing the players of Tanatos to settle for that A control point. But Tanatos is still not backing down. Risky tries to find the recovery, and they do so. Now, life count once again is going to be all equal, but Tanatos needs to find a determined control point for them to go for the capture because time is draining apart.
Yeah, 40 seconds remaining, and you cannot even get a single flag capture here. Just only 1 segment over D. Now they do have a couple of operators to work around with. Try to make their way into the A site, which is a little bit more freeing in terms of the defense from STE, but it's just the extras that we just see right now, right? They don't really know the situation is currently inside of the map. They're just relying on comms, but they do get the clear out on the B site. They're gonna flush down Wolf and Scared, who's holding it for their own life. Now they get to pause the clock, get the second segment in at the B site, and they are dragging out.
No way!
That's 5 down. SDE's back at spawns, and this capture gives Tanatos an extra minute to the clock.
No way! And they make this work, looking like they will. So far, 2 life differential. On the lead Tanatos they go. The 100 killer drone flies, doesn't find any connection. No operators to be found here for set of Tanatos. Jai has his War Machine. Now, Tanatos has to play this one safely, oh dearly. So far, they're going to be hitting it now from the mid-map. That's going to be a good call here. Get some control, but there's going to be 1 player here on Double D alongside 2 players. 1 player here on the kitchen side. Clove finds the Tempest. Perfect investment for Clove. Finds a tree spree, and all of a sudden, the tide switch. And it's going to be SD once again in control.
Look at that, Jai, man. He suddenly erupted, and everything just swung on the side of Stalwart esports. It's a 2v4, 2v5 situation now. Matar still has an opportunity to play around and get some kills, as he's got his team a bit of a pinch play over towards mid, but he does not swing, and he is gonna get chowed there by FTX in a very close game there, but STE going to be 1 round away from winning this.
Perfect investment off Reef with a Tempest, able to get the chain, triple chain there, and was just able to stop the intended push by the side of Tanatos there on the kitchen side. If Tanatos is able to break through from that, that could have been a win from them, but now, match point advantage, here we go. Opener here for the side of Reef, here coming through once again. And moving so over, they are running through blitzkrieging tree here on the kitchen side, but Tanatos, they win the bulk of the trades.
Yeah, very aggressive attempt there for SDE, a pretty passive take for Tanatos, and guess what? Nobody won. But SDE do find a workaround, and pushing over B is the safe way to go as it's heavily uncontested, and they do find 3 players to hold down the spike, and that will force Tanatos to just really give up on that site, right? And then that is going to be more favorable for SDE because that gave them more numbers advantage. That also has that extra minute to the clock. And Tanatos are just simply struggling right now with finding grounds to gain in this map.
2-for-1, 24-19. Tanatos here. Gonna be on the trail. SDE on the last and final march here to probably close out the deal as they have now here cleared up Tanatos under their ordinance. Here pushing through. Only one more capture here to worry about for set of SDE, but they are going to be looking to play for the spawns. FTX is going to be out here with Annihilator, Scourger with the Death Machine, and it's looking to be the final run here for the side of Tanatos here, Cali.
It's a total meat grinder right now. It is not looking good. Skirt trying to break some ankles on the basketball court. That's one. Oh, another ankle snatched. SDE, another Predator missile, and it goes kaboom. Oppenheimer. It is going to be 3v18 now. It is game set and done. Put the price in the bag, bro. SDE's gonna take this one home. Close game, but it is a 2-1 win that gives them 2 points. And we'll be taking the first win of the season. That is it. Great way to open the day here in COD Garena Masters 9 Group Stage Day 1. A banger of a match between two amazing teams, but sadly only one gets to get the win. And today it's the Stalwart Esports roster squad.
I mean, round number 4 was pretty close. Round number 3 was pretty close. And in fact, in round 1 to round 2 to 3 was, you know, a 50-50 battle. But once you get to CSD here, was able to get their, you know, their confidence and just decided to blitzkrieg through the very round. It went by pretty quickly. GG's well played. It was still a prolonged fight. Still went down to a game number 3, but SDE ended off with a banger.
Yeah, pretty close game it is. But, I mean, who do you even want to highlight here, right? I mean, Jai definitely was the best player on that hard point. Did have a struggle on that search and destroy, but this control, I feel like, you know, you felt the presence of Reef even better. Along there with Clove, the Indonesia double wombo combo. It kind of helped them, but a guy that you normally do not really put the highlight on that made so much difference here, I believe, for Stalwart Esports, would have to be SKAER, because round number 1, Warden, he scored 9 kills to hold off the B side on his own, and that stopped the push from Tanatos on that round 1 for them to get their defensive win, and it eventually helped them put the momentum over their side and get this game, put it on win column.
Definitely. And now you take a look at the highlights here for this very game. I mean, was pretty back and forth, Cali. I mean, there was a certain time where, you know, it went to a sim, a 6v6, a 5v5, and it was just all going to come down to who had the best composure, who had the best reads to be able to really, you know, end off the game and rock the boat. And so far, SD, really a clutchy team per se on control, because most of those rounds that went down to a stalemate really went to their side.
Yeah, and I feel like that the operators were the biggest difference here, because you saw how one operator swing from Stalwart Esports could just crumble all the spawns for Tanatos on this map, and they just could not bounce back from it. I feel like that's where the adjustments will have to be made. If you're Tanatos, you just gotta have a way to restabilize after getting cleared out on the map.
Yeah, definitely. Anyways, you know, one of my old players wants to get a shout out. He is a player in this competition. Huge shout out to you, JV. Come on, bro. You don't need a shout out. You're gonna have your own spotlight later on, but much love to you, bro. Happy for your journey, man. Making stage 5, yeah? See you there. But anyways,
it's not going to be that easy, bro. It ain't going to be that easy with Stalwart Esports and elevating the team, but you know, there's a lot of upsets that could potentially be made.
Oh yeah,
and
I mean,
Tanatos, I feel like if this was a best of 5, it could have been a map number 5 as well.
Well, definitely a possible upset that we were able to see earlier. I mean, we're not really looking at Stalwart Esports to be a pretty unstoppable squad. Yes, they were able to win the series, but it all went down to a game number 3 and could have went down to a round number 5 in control, but clearly they were just able to get the final adjustment at the end. But to be said, still props here for Tanatos and SDE for showing us a really great opener match here for this Garena Masters 9.
And yeah, a lot of highlights that we gotta highlight here. I feel like for the players, Jai definitely was the best player, but for Tanatos, more surprisingly, you know, it was Mama that really took all the glory. But here on this control, the winner has to be crowned as the MVP. It is going to be SKAER with 29 kills, 14 deaths, and a 2.07 KDA. And again, we were highlighting that 9 kills from his 20 all came for that round number 1, where he held his ground on that B site alone. Against 9 players from Tanatos, he was firm.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you want to talk about Slayers, classic staple Slayers, SKAER is just the player, you know, you kind of want to worry about if you are on the opposition. And more so over, which is able to make the plays work out here for the squad. Happy to still see SKAER here putting up the impact here for the set of SD. Probably one of the oldest members now here that still remains in the squad.
I mean, this guy, you can trace it back, right? He's been a player for Garena Masters since season 1. 9 seasons he's been able to play. He's won 2 with Blacklist International Ultimate, and it's just that, you know, Elevate happened and they couldn't bounce back from it. But SDE definitely did a great job winning this 2-1 on the scoreline. Here we have our post-match head-to-head on the control. You can see that STE has a higher kill rating on this matchup in his 4 rounds of action with a 114 over Tanatos' 93.
Definitely, and you know, kill count not really too much of a differential, but obviously went to the impact at the end. But ladies and gentlemen, if you guys missed out the action, it was a pretty hot one here in Mercer over. We got 6 matches in line for today. We've gone through 1 already, and we still have 5 more to go. But now we take a look at the series MVP here, and no other than the latest addition here for Stalwart Esports. It is going to be Jai.
I mean, we were talking about him earlier, Warden, and we were building this guy up, and he does not fail to achieve so much greatness for this team. And I tell you what, he ain't a super rookie no more. He is a superstar in the making in Stalwart Esports. This was the exact same thing that they did last year. When AG was playing great with Smart Omega, they bought him in to make the difference, and this time it is going to be Jai that will take it home. And gotta have to put in a lot more, you know, focus on this guy, because he's going to be a cornerstone for this SDE team if they do want to beat out Elevate.
Well, there's a lot of ifs in regards to the team name Elevate, you know. So hey, we'll see how this one's gonna go. Fortunately for the group stage here, we got 6 days in line for the group stage, 2 for the playoffs, and there's still a lot more to go. And if you guys are watching this is the first day of the Garena Masters 9 Echoes of the Champions. There's a lot more games to unfold. After this, we do have Elevate up against RTL Prestige,
Yes.
TRT,
Oh,
and
God.
Scary.
It's
Cali.
PSG. It's Elevate and PSG. Paris Saint-Germain. I'm just kidding. We're gonna be heading back into a quick break, and right after this, it's time for Elevate to showcase what they truly got up against Prestige. We will be right back. See you there.
Season 5 is finally live. I was looking forward to it since forever. Heard that there is a ton of new content this time.
Totally. The most exciting part is the Summer Surprises event. Just log in and spin. With just 5 spins, you can take home all the rewards, such as brand new Epic Operator Skill Bull Charge Jaguar and KSP 45 Grizzly. Soldiers, summer break has officially begun.
And here's something Secret Cache lovers will love. The Secret Cache has new updates. A new gun has been added, and there is a new Universal Fragment system. You can open the Secret Caches to your heart's content now.
Too hot to go outside this summer? No worries. Check out the brand new Zoo map in the multiplayer mode. No need to purchase tickets. Just use your bullets for admission.
And that's not all. Multiplayer mode now has a new gameplay, operation, variant. There are various personal buffs and team buffs to make each match more intense. There are tons of rewards too, so don't miss out.
Not to miss, there are big updates in Battle Royale mode too. A new buy station limited time event lets you collect scattered cash across the map and use it to buy airdrop supplies at the station.
One last update, the strongbox system has been upgraded. Some strongboxes now have a chance to trigger surprise discounts when drawn, giving you minimum 30% off your next 10 pull. If you are lucky, you might even get a free 10 pull.
Season 5 is ready to roll. See you on the field, soldiers.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are right back here in Garena Masters 9 Echoes of Champion. I'm Cali down here with Warden, and we just got back from a massive game between Tanatos and SDE, and we're moving on as we see as we take a first look of the 4-time Garena Masters champion, the World Champion of 2024, and the GSI 2025 champions, Elevate taking on Prestige. This is going to be a dog world right here, but it's going to be a nice way for us to really look out for Prestige, man.
Oh, definitely, bro. I'm about to see a lot of red here for sure. The Red Rebellion, the Bloody Red, RTL Red, you know. I mean, okay, RTL Prestige, RTL to be exact. The last time we saw RTL was back in Garena Masters 3. For us to see the banner get brought back here, let's see if it's going to be represented well and could be, you know, fought for well here up against Elevate Red Rebellion.
I mean, it's just going to be how do I say it? I'm looking for the word that I'm going to try to look for. It's just not coming out of my mouth, but it's a David and Goliath story right here, right? You're looking at a team in Elevate that has won everything in all the tournaments that they have participated, and you're looking at a team that is looking to try to redeem themselves after GM3, right? RTL as an org, they are the breeding ground for the top players that we have here for Garena. You talk about Jabin, you talk about Yato, who are, you know, who have been dominating all over the place. But this Prestige squad actually is not going to be new, Warden, right? They have Yuka and Fluffy from GM6, and they just have the other 4 players that's going to be pretty new. So it's going to take a while for them to adjust. And the first stage is not really going to be fun for them. You know, they're going up against the best team in the world, Warden.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at a Dark Horse squad here. Could be the Dark Horse squad if ever, you know, they also, like, you know, try to prove themselves and all. And it's really a hot match here for sure. We don't exactly know how far the gauge is between them and Elevate, but one thing for sure, it's not really promising on paper, but definitely something that I'm eyeing out for to see.
Now, I'm just really looking forward to who's going to be playing here for Elevate, because we've had several moments from last season where Olea Long Bomb was playing for the team, and they were even dominating teams, right? And despite really looking into it, they may have had closer games last year, but that's because Elevate was playing with their coach. Now we take a look at our hardpoint map bans and picks. We do have Prestige banning out Slums as well as Apocalypse. On the flip side, you got Elevate banning 2 close range map, which is unlikely, but they drag us to their best map. Let me just take a quick breath right here and say it's all going to be all right. It's all going to be fine. You did great going into this, but you're just going to have to be introduced by Elevate to the professional scene. Hardpoint Hacienda, man. This has won Elevate so many championships.
Well, where the World Championship ended on Hacienda, where I think every time that we get to see the grand finals for set of Elevate, Hacienda is never out of the picture. Where's it over? Now you take a look at the ban here for the set of Elevate though. Combine is going to be away from the chasing. This is exactly what Elevate likes to do now. I'm not going to be, don't quote me on this, but I feel like Elevate's going to be banning Combine all throughout the year because that's exactly how they like to play. They just want to settle down and want to ban one map all throughout the year and just try to practice that one all throughout. And now we take a look at this. The lineup now for a set of RTL Prestige. It is going to be Yuka, Fluffy, Kinesu, Pacify, and Shiban, aka the one and only Indonesian clone.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. But hey.
Yes, it's Mr. Shiban. Yeah, I love that we get to see that going through. But again, Yuka and Fluffy are no players that is new to this circuit, right? Fluffy was playing for RTL. No, not RTL Esports. Yes, he's playing for RTL Prestige, but back in the days, he was playing for C8 Esports. Now, on the flip side, for Yuka, he was playing for AX Prestige back when they had some pots. But this is entirely a new roster. They're looking to try to make a break into the scene. And it's nice to have new players actually playing in Garena Masters 9 because you always love to see new talent shine. And this team did not just went here because they won through luck, right? They had to go arduous 10 rounds of games. They had to win 10 best of 3 series in the qualifier stage just to be here. So that says a lot on the resilience and the technical brilliance that this Prestige has. But there will be a limit to it as they go and play up against easily the top one in the world from last year and this year in Elevate.
And then you want to draw. I just want to reiterate as well. Shiban was actually was one of my players back then in one local team under Sahara. Huge shout out to Sahara, by the way. And for the set of Pacify, I mean, this guy has been around the community for the longest, and finally, I'm kind of proud to see that he has made his name out there on the Green Master scene. And last but not the least, Kinesu. I mean, Kinesu, if I'm not mistaken, did play for either Tyrant Esports, but regardless, one team that I know that he did play for was also one of the teams that I used to hold on to as well was AXG. So hey, proud to see you guys, but now here to let the battle begin, baby. It is Elevate up against RTL Prestige here on Hacienda Hardpoint. Cali, take it away.
You know that the Elevate put so much things in COD and Garena that they even have their own profile picture inside the game. They even got their own weapon, R9. They have their own calling card. They got everything uniformed up. But here we go. Welcome to the pro stage. Kinesu, you Pacify as well as Shiban as you are dragging to Elevate's best map. Hacienda Hardpoint, really interesting because Elevate, if you did not see their TL, right? Their coach posted that they lost 225 to 250 against Godlike on this map. And Viper scored 78 kills. 78 kills? Or 68? Crazy numbers.
But but if you take a look at the split for the objective time as well, he was still Elevate, still looking to have the better look at it. So
points.
hey, I mean, Elevate, they might not be able to bag in the kills, but most likely they will. But if they don't, they will still bag in the the most impactful run for the objective time. But now you take a look at the end here for the speed one. Slight increase of the lead here for the set of Elevate, but Prestige overall will be able to get the first initial 5 seconds here inside of the hill. But now the spawns will get defined, and this is where the story begins for the set of Elevate.
Yeah, this is the classic Elevate play, right? They're going to have the well spawns. They're going to put Prestige at the wells and through the tiger statue, but RTL, they are going to make the break inside using the Elevate play as well. You smoke through the front, you use those angles around the corners, and then you make that push. But Elevate doing more time inside of the point right now. That's 30 seconds in the board. And Prestige needs to get inside of that hill quick, or this game is going to snowball fast.
And now you get to see no spawn definition for a moment. Elevate was just able to get the read. Now early Tempest here from the side of PJ, which shockingly it does go to the hands of PJ instead of Sasano. And more so over, yep, Money Hill here for the set of Elevate. Nothing too surprising, but most definitely really satisfying to see here from the set of Elevate. Just if you want to learn how to play hardpoint, better make sure you're tuning in with the Elevate Red Rebellion.
Yeah, you gotta watch Elevate play. I mean, P2, they're always going to be the last player to rotate, and this is how they're going to break it. Right through wells. And a player in the top patio. And Ken is going to be in charge of that. He's going to have that the war machine up against Shiba and Step Machine. You can see him fall back behind for a bit. Playing it a little bit more passive. Shiba's still looking to try to hunt him down, but only comes up with PJ. Oh. He wins up against a Death Machine up close, and that is the king for you. 40 kills to his name. 2 kill spree for him, and another one in the bag. Put the prize in the bag. That's 3 kills for him before he goes down. Elevate on peak form. They have not let go of this point for so long. Prestige finally makes it in.
There's just a lot of things that doesn't make sense sometimes. Death Machine over the USS9 gets the win regardless. The OP on the feed finds a Preddy and a Hunter Killer drone to connect. And it is still Elevate's masterclass performance here on the SnD hardpoint. Now rotation here towards P number 4 will open up. Prestige once again here will be able to get the early rotation, but it's exactly the same storyline, just like how it goes by with other teams. You know, Elevate late on rotation, but all of a sudden they set things up now. They circle around the very hard point, and they might just be able to get the break inside of the hill. But player 5, Kendi, the only player alive here on this wave, swings on by, finds Fluffy with a claw, and looking like Prestige this time around will win the first initial gunfights.
Yeah, better spread right here for Prestige. Now Fluffy in the crew now, holding it down over towards open as well. And they've locked down Elevate from the water spawn. But little do they know, number 2 in blue and PJ is gonna pick out one more player, and that's going to soften out the defense inside of the point. And a cleanup crew sent out by Elevate. And still, Kenesu ends up with the win. So Prestige finding so much time on this P4, doing a great job on the hold. And just the supply inside of the point just never ends. But they do get shut down in the last 12 seconds.
Yeah, something that Elevate never really fails on is really getting scrap time, so they're able to get the last 18 seconds as well here before we wrap things up. Now we go back straight to hardpoint number 1, 134 to 55. Very dramatic lead here for the set of Elevate.
Yeah, it is. And Kenesu and the crew, you gotta have to bank on another great P1. That's where he scored most of your time on this first hardpoint rotation. But Elevate are not going to be that easy to beat, especially when their operators are about to be wide open. Yopi and Kilo bringing out their operators, and that's gonna come up huge value as they do find 3 players at least in the board, reading all the spawns and just taking those players down. That granted Elevate 30 seconds at least in this P1.
57 to 55 now here, nearly 100-point lead. And well, surely it is 101 and 100-point lead now here, but obviously it does get dropped down here as Prestige able to get a break for a moment or so, but Elevate is stacking up inside of the hill, smoking one lane and just checking left to the right. I mean, they're just in control of whatever Prestige tries to do. They are just denying it all throughout.
Yeah, for sure, man. 59, 171 on their score line. And we're heading to Elevate's best hardpoint hill. That's going to be P2. And RTL, they are gifted with the chance to push through wells, and that's all 5-man stacking, smoking it off. Oh, still going to get read there by PJ through the smoke. And there goes the Death Machine here for Sasano, but no value out of it. Pacify with the shot down. That War Machine gonna come up huge to shut down the early rotation coming through for Elevate.
62 to 177 here. Great opener so far, but can he find a tree spree on the feed with a War Machine? Yopi with a nade. War-Man spree clears out the way. Hardpoint once again belonging to the players of Elevate, and the Tempest will be the dagger to close it out. Spawn definition will be granted once again here for the side of Elevate, and it's going to be the driveway spawn X statues as well here for the side of Prestige, and looking like it will be the remainder of the hardpoint here belonging to the players of Elevate.
Could this be the first ever 100-point club of the season? We'll come and find out, because 60 kills, you know, we had our season high so far with Jai with 60 kills on that first map for the season. Now this time, could it be the first 100-point club? Another record to be set into base here by Elevate, and they are that type of team to just give teams the 100-point club, right? I mean, looking at the skills that they got, I think it's fairly close so that we are just going to see our first 100-point club member for the season. 221 to 63, we're heading on to P3. Yopi finds a triple with that Sparrow, and oh god, this is not looking good, Warden.
Yep, about to be a close out here. 20 more points to claim here for the set of Elevate. Red Rebellion here holding on strongly inside of the hill. 13 more points. Last heap of contestment for the set of Ganesu with an equalizer, but does get taken down by Kalo. Back and forth fight here. Topside control from the side of RTL. They scramble across the hill, but the gunfights, it's just too strong. No more questions asked. Once again, Elevate here just hailing from the skies, able to take the beat down regardless. Prestige trying and trying, but at the end, it doesn't matter.
Welcome to the pro scene, Prestige. 100-point club. Free membership access. That is going to be given to Prestige on our very first map of the season for them. And this is just going to be another day for your boys from Elevate. A quick win. And yeah, I love them. Love those lipsticks so much. I want to see them. Hear me out, yo. Hear me out, Warden. Hear me out. It's not King PJ no more. It's Queen PJ.
Gazam! But you know what would be the most annoying thing here, though? You take the L, and then you see Yopi. Yep. Take the L, baby.
Take the L. Take the L. You can't spell L without. You can't spell L. You can't spell L without the L.
I gotta admire Olea though, brother Olea. As time passes by, you grow younger.
Yeah, I mean, this guy might be a vampire, bro, if you start to think about it.
Regardless, man, I mean, what more can be pointed out to you? The Red Rebellion, I mean, Elevate, nothing to be said. These players are just dominant as hell. And you know, you mentioned earlier, Jai dropped 60 kills, but the game was pretty close. These players, no one was a standout in regards to elimination because they just played one whole cohesive, one cohesive unit squad. So that's exactly how you want to play it, you know? Not much eliminations, but definitely getting the most impactful frags inside of this game.
And that's the beauty of the Elevate system, right? Along with Olea's program, this team, they rely so much on teamwork. And if there's power of friendship, it really is going to be Elevate that will be perfectly described about that.
Elevate we go for a hard point. And now you mentioned as well, you know, at the back end earlier, Cali, that it's not just hard point that they're dominant at anymore. It's also search and destroy. I think they've improved quite a lot.
Yeah, they do. Their search and destroy is definitely going to be up there now. I feel like their firing range, now they've beaten out so many good teams on it, and that should be a signature map for them. But I'm looking forward to how they will play right after we go into this highlights.
And we are back here for more blood here on the Echoes of the champion of Garena Masters 9. We just witnessed, let's say, what do you call this? The baptismal of Elevate Red Rebellion to the players of RTL Prestige. I mean, what a way to welcome the young bloods to the competition here for Garena.
And you love to see that they got grouped against, against the #1 team right away. They did not face Darks and Tanatos. They did not face STE. They just directly went up against the #1 team in the world right now. But they did held their ground for several moments in the game. I mean, you talk about Pacify and Shiban, as well as Kenesu. Those three players were really holding it when they were on that P4 and on that P1. But it's just that the pacing for Elevate is just kind of too overwhelming. Yes, you can hold it off for 1 to 2 hills, but over time you just kind of get fatigue with so much pressure all over the place. And that's the sheer gun power that you're really highlighting for Elevate. They are just that good.
Yeah, definitely, man. I mean, you look at PJ and Yopi, the duo on the subs, and I'm really interested to see like the operator switch here, because we did see PJ was rocking the Tempest. Now it was something like I was kind of like missing out on, but yeah, Tempest here for his name. 33 kills, 12 death score of 4,781, and look at the KDA, Cal, at 2.75, bro. This guy's leading the KDA right now for hardpoint, baby.
Yeah, for sure. You know what, Jai? You may have dropped a 60 bomb, man, but Elevate PJ at 2.75 KDA. That's even more impressive here on this hardpoint match. And again, for PJ, loving it. This is it, man. I just get stopped. Warden, please continue. I can't stop looking at PJ's slips, man.
Tempting.
I can't stop. How do I even stop looking at it?
How do you get your lips to be that puffy, man? I'm kind of jealous, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, but look at I can't stop, bro. I am speechless. But we take a look at our post-match head-to-head. I'm gonna stop looking at PJ now. We're moving on. We take a look at the hill time, and you can see that it's 7 minutes, 6 seconds per Elevate, and Prestige only having 1:40. Obviously, with them not having a lot of points in the board, it's going to end up like that. But you still gotta have to highlight Elevate. Those 6 players combined for 7. Those 5 players combined for 7 minutes. So everybody was playing. Everybody was playing point. It's a zombie horde system created by one of the most talented coaches in the world in Olea, and that has been the secret sauce that helped them win the world champs last year.
Most definitely, and more so over like one formidable thing about this side of Elevate is that there's just no weakling anymore. For a moment in time they were trying to develop Yopi. For a moment in time they were trying to develop Kalo, and when the fillers come in, Sasano and Kendi, everything just became brighter here for the squad. But now we move over away from hardpoint. You go to word search and destroy. The ban will come through. Postel, Tanisha is going to be out. Firing range alongside Stanov will be out of the play. So looking like we are going to be heading straight towards Garena Metropolis.
Okay, Garena Metropolis. I think Elevate, that's one of their secret signature maps outside of firing range. And since they do not want to play standoff, which is kind of weird, but also going to be logical because of the in and out performance that they got from that map when they were playing SDE. Garena Metropolis seems like the best map for them to play around with. So PJ obviously in this map plays a huge role. So that is going to be a big plus for this team, because not normally you do see a lot of involvement from PJ in all other maps except Garena Metropolis. So let's see if they're still going to have enough value from PJ as they enter this map right here.
Yeah, not only that as well. I mean, if you draw back every history line here for a set of Elevate on Garena Metropolis, notably on CDS side, we were able to see them actually play this very map against Q9, which obviously was their opposition during the grand finals on the World Championship. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it ended off to like a 7-4 note or 9-5 note. But regardless, Elevate has shown really great remarks here on this map, Garena Metropolis. Once again, we'll look at the lineup. Need no introduction, Elevate we go, but for a set of RTL, Yuka, Fluffy, definitely the veterans here for the squad, and needs to really put up more of the impact. Kinesu pacify Shiban, just has to fill into their roles and finally get to see the beautiful face of Shiban. What's up, bro? Miss you a lot, bro.
Yeah, this is nice for Prestige. I mean, yes, you may not have had the highest chance of winning on a hardpoint map up against Elevate because of the constant aggression and relentless attack that they've added into the point, but you can slow things down on a search and destroy and work on your postures. And if you've done your research, you know how would Elevate play this. They would have PJ holding down the B side, and they would have a sniper around the A long. And this is going to be their default play. See how are they going to make an attempt to try to break this defense from Elevate as Prestige starts on the attack.
You know, fortunately, Search and Destroy is one of those game modes that could be a a curveball. If there's going to be any game mode that you want to rely on to possibly take away from the set of Elevate, it could be the Search and Destroy. But now we get to see it is going to be a 2-1-2 split here from set of Elevate. Very classic play, especially with Kendi there on the mid map. Has worked out quite well. One of the strongest forces here with the snipers here coming through, but Pacify able to get the first blood. Kinesu follows up now with a second as well. Susano finds Yuka away, but now mid map is now open here for a set of RTL.
Let's see what they're going to do here. Beautiful opening pick. They're also trying to play for an exit kill, but Kinesu actually drops in the hands of Yopi. Now it's going to be a 2v2. You have number 5 in Pacify, actually stuck on an island right here, and Yopi's gonna pick him off. A 1v2 situation with Shiban trying to make himself prove worthy of the hands of Elevate, who's playing on a 1v2 situation.
Arguably, I think the youngest player here inside of this lobby so far up against Susano and Yopi. It's gonna be dropped there on the B side. 37 seconds left on the clock as well to play with. Gonna be tough, but there's really no option aside from him to pick up the bomb and go for the plan and play the post plan retake. Pretty tough though, but still very doable. If ever to do so. After all, you have a sniper in hand, you can play this long range angle. He does pick up the bomb there. That should be information relayed, but he's just overthinking it quite a lot.
Way too much.
And yeah, I mean, just checking left and right here, just wandering off while Elevate just, hey, plant the bomb and we'll deal with you later.
Okay, here we go. Shiban gonna put that bomb down. Now it's time for Elevate to play for the retake. Shiban's gonna get tested by Susano with the VMP, but he is gonna get slayed down. Shots fired through the air, and Elevate gonna take round number 1.
Yeah, really good discipline there from set of Elevate. It was a 2v1 situation. They know for a fact as well where, you know, it all will still boil down to one bomb site. So you just have to wait for the bomb plan and play the retake all together, and which they did. Now, start things off on the next round. Prestige doesn't really have a bad time in regards to getting those opening picks, but definitely dealing with what you do after you get those opener picks. You got the first 2 kills. I gotta make the most out of it.
Wait. BJ slaying out,
God.
finds one, gets out real quick. That's a very, very fast move right there.
Still a pretty much a 2-2 split here from set of Elevate. Prestige, I mean, I feel like if ever they do get the call that it's a standard formation here from set of Elevate, they should just try to lean towards full sending aside and then taking the gamble of a 5v2 fight into any of the bomb sites. But now if you take it slow, 2 players from the set of Elevate, player 4 and player 1 is going to try to wrap around, but in the process PJ once again just finds one more here. Fluffy pushes out, not a problem for PJ. Tree spree to his name. Yopi finds himself on the feed. Yuka's gonna be all alone, finds one on Kalo, but PJ will be able to find a quad here to close out the deal. Mad and hungry PJ he goes.
That's mad right there for PJ. He's been staying in and out of the game. That's like, what, 3 kills for him in that round? Got the first blood and the last blood as well. Oh, bloodlusty player right there. It is. Would it be too rough for Prestige really finding an opening at that A site, especially when he's got that HSO 405 in his hands.
Oh my god. Sniper inbound, and he's cooking up the nade if I'm not mistaken. Yep, that's gonna be flying through. Oh my god, Kendi finds the vengeance with a nade. Pacify is out. RTL scrambling here on his mid-map, finds Yopi away. Now they should have an opener here on his A site as Yuko finds the win as well on A long, and finally we get to see Prestige here. RTL able to get the breaks through here inside of the side, and in the process Kinesu finds one cut off as well here on spawn side. So it's a 4v2 situation, and it's favoring the players of Prestige with the bomb planted as well.
Oh, PJ's mad. The queen is mad. Oh boy. That's one. That's the second. 30 seconds remaining for him to make a play with the HS405. I think it would be nice for him to pick up another weapon. And he goes in, slides in, finds one. Oh! He does not get it. But Prestige does get the win. And we'll take that, keeping this game very close. And I love that they did not just manage to quick think, right? They knew that the B side is going to be hard there because PJ was laying out. So why not take our chances on the A side?
Yeah, even then though, I mean, if you do decide to go for that B push, you can't really feed a shotgun one by one. You gotta play off the trades and play all together. An HS can only do so much when there's a lot of players, but now they find one pick off here on his mid map. The bomb is dropped now, and it's just Elevate here picking the players of RTL Prestige one by one. Shuban anticipating the flank, but PJ is just walking by.
Oh, man.
All alone, 1v5. What can you do?
Do not mess with the queen. PJ is mad, and his pawn decides to get the last kill. 3-1 going to be on our scoreline.
Ay, ay, ay. Yep. As soon as you try to make the call, kings or queens bow down to Elevate. Move over. Next round's gonna open up. Looking like we are seeing probably a full stack this time around here on his A side. RTL paves the way, but Susano just picks them up one by one. Triple spree for Susano. He's not yet finished. Fluffy Kinesu, let's get the trades. But it's a 2-for-3 trade-off. Numbers advantage still on for instead of Elevate. And Kalo showing how well he can rock the ball. Nade to the face. The second to the last players of RTL. And now it's a 1v3 situation. Kinesu, can you do?
That's just rough right there because in the first 50 seconds, his teammates all died at the long A. He's probably thinking what happened to his teammates, but it's long gone. Elevate knows where the bomb is. Kalo in a perfect spot to take that last guy down to give Elevate their 4th round win.
Just like that, they clear it out. I mean, oof. Welcome to Elevate's world, baby. You gotta experience it at some point. You want to try to clear out and try to shoot your shot on the World Championship, you gotta go through the World Champions themselves. But hey, first kill, Fluffy finds Kendi away. Pushing through here, mid-map control here from set of RTL, not looking too shabby. And if they want to go for this B execution, that might just be the proper call. They go for the split. Shuban finds PJ now. One more player to worry about here on this B side, and that's going to be Kalo. But they're hesitating, buying enough time for the rest of the players of Elevate to rotate. And they just missed the opportunity.
Nope. Look at the bomb plant. This swing right here for Yopi is huge. This VMP, not going to get any kill. It's Killer that does find the elimination. Fluffy hops up, he goes down. Now a 2v2 situation. Winnable round for Elevate on the retake with Susano dropping down pacified. It's all down to Yuka to clutch this. Sees the first barrel, but Susano on a better angle, and that is going to be another blow to the face. Elevate crushing Prestige. 5 rounds to 1 on the first half.
Yeah, we're looking to see a quick one here for the series. Elevate is on a different level here so far.
Defend the objective.
Moving in now, pay attention. Pay attention in how Elevate will play defense. 5 men send a bomb side because they know it's just going to be a 2-1-2. Take the gamble of 5v2. Yep, pacifies him able to find 2 though.
Wow.
Never mind. Could be a textbook play, but really great run of Pacify with a sniper. But in return, they do still get the bomb here on their side. Here, in line, PJ finds one. Now it's a 4v3 situation, and they have the option to wrap around here towards the spawn side. PJ alongside Yopi, the tandem is on, and they still clear it out, and they quickly divert their attention towards the A side. Elevate. Oh my god,
it's the wombo combo. The PJ wombo PJ Yopi wombo combo ready in action. Our first look as the only duo alive here on this search and destroy. You could see Yopi being the one to anchor down the site and sending out the queen
PJ
to get the kills. PJ finds one and the second. Elevate are killing it in both sides.
To be honest, bro, every time I watch Elevate, I'm just fangirling, bro. It's the way to do it is so simple, but it's so effective. and now they look to do somewhat exactly the same tempo. We'll send this one around, split towards B, split towards A, leave one guy anchoring. Sniper is on. Can he find Spacify right across? Blast is gonna be out. Bomb is gonna be planted. It's a 5v5 retake.
All right, first take on it. Great job for Kenneth to find the opening break. Needs one more. The smoke to cover his track, but still not enough from Yopi as he finds the kill. Pacify, I tell you what, he's been creating so many opportunities for him to find his eliminations, but still not enough. Elevate completes the series 2-0, and we are done. Put the fries in the bags, bro. Elevate is heading out the drive-thru.
Well, that is it. Quick run here for the series here for the set of Elevate, and bam to the bam we go. Dominance on Hardpoint, dominance on Search and Destroy. We're not going to be seeing anything on Control, as it is a best of 3 here for this very group stage. I mean, if there's anything, a lot to be absorbed, and I feel like, you know, if I was in this competition for Garena Masters 9, I'd be honored to play Elevate at the first round, so I can try to probably learn a thing or two before I proceed towards the next stage, or the, you know, the next game that I'll be offered to in this competition of GM9.
And I guess it's just, you know, Prestige shouldn't be feeling bad about this game because they've had their ups and downs, Warden, and you gotta have to agree with me on that. It's just that they had to face Elevate on their first day and on their first series. And it's just rough because many teams have fallen in the hands of the Elevate. Your regional rival, Stalwart Esports, you had Wolves, Q9, Glories, and every other team that match up against Elevate in all tournaments have fallen behind because of how strong this team plays.
You know, a lot of players can fall, but definitely not Elevate for sure. We haven't really seen any fall-offs, and it's just tough, man. I mean, RTL Prestige, they showed really great remarks at the start of the game on Hardpoint, but, you know, as time passed by, exactly how it happens with a lot of these teams. But Elevate, you can have a really great starter, but once you get to see, you know, the hustle for the scrap times, the offer investment, the team fights, the team waves, Elevate is just so good at on Search and Destroy. I mean, better defense. I mean, they stick through a 2-1-2 format on the first half. Just went for a 5-man push, probably went for a 2-3 split on towards one bomb side. And everything that I'm saying right now boils down to the factor that whatever they try to do, always as a team. They never take it slow. They like to take it fast, but always cohesive as a team.
And that's the beauty of this team, right? I mean, 2 years of chemistry, you just gotta add in another player that complements that. And at some point when they were playing back in the World Championship stage and I was with them at the training facility, they were not communicating at all. And they were screaming up against X-Rock, and X-Rock was getting a blast from their coach, but we'll talk more about that as we enter the highlights. And yeah, back to what I was saying before we entered that match highlights replay. I was saying that the chemistry by from Elevate is just so amazing that when they were in the training facility in the Garena World, as a Garena representative in the World Championship 2024, they were up against X-Rock on the scrim. Elevate was not even talking during the scrim. X-Rock was shouting, and when they lost, they were being flamed by their coach, and Elevate was just laughing, right? And PJ was saying, "Why are you guys mad? Why are you guys mad? We're just playing." And I guess that's just the beauty of it, right? Elevate, they're gonna take it home this time around again, with PJ dropping a 2.65 on the first map and a 3.25 in the KDA ratio for this second map. For Elevate, I guess the lip spot is just insane. Yeah, it's X-Rock. It was crazy.
Oh yeah, I mean, so far, you know, just to see how this one's gonna play through overall. Back to the run here now towards the head-to-head, and it was a fast series once again. You know, 17 to 38 in regards to elimination score line, 4,716 to 2,320, 71. It can't get better than that.
And Elevate, you know, they are one of the best regarded. They are an S tier team if you try to rank them. They might even be S plus premium, right? So it's really just going to be them running it along. They got the much better experience. They got the better gun skills, and overall has the better SMG duo in PJ and Yopi. And again, PJ racking up all of these MVPs. He's gonna get himself 46 kills and a 2.88 KDA. That's just big, and that's just, you know, 2 modes. And you would think that PJ is not going to be a great SnD player. Say no more. This guy has truly elevated his play, no pun intended.
Yeah, I mean, you know, PJ revolutionized the impact of a shotgun. Same goes for a set of SMG. And he's truly, I wouldn't say the pioneer, because obviously, you know, back in the old days, you know, we had like, you know, Crush, we had Jello and stuff. But PJ really showed how impactful it can be, especially on the global stage, to the point that North Americans, even, you know, Latin Americans, they try to follow along. Even China, you know, more so over. That's just pretty much it. Cali. I don't exactly know what to say about Elevate, but for the set of RTL Prestige, nice try.
It's nice, right? It's not yet over for them, right? They got a lot of games. They'll be playing against Tanatos later on on our match number 4. But coming right up next is TRT Philippines going up against SKAER. We'll be right back after this break.
Season 5 is finally live. I was looking forward to it since forever. Heard that there is a ton of new content this time.
Totally. The most exciting part is the Summer Surprises event. Just log in and spin. With just 5 spins, you can take home all the rewards, such as brand new Epic Operator Skill Bull Charge Jaguar and KSP 45 Grizzly. Soldiers, summer break has officially begun.
And here's something Secret Cache lovers will love. The Secret Cache has new updates. A new gun has been added, and there is a new Universal Fragment system. You can open the secret caches to your heart's content now.
Too hot to go outside this summer? No worries. Check out the brand new Zoo map in the multiplayer mode. No need to purchase tickets. Just use your bullets for admission.
And that's not all. Multiplayer mode now has a new gameplay, operation, variant. There are various personal buffs and team buffs to make each match more intense. There are tons of rewards too, so don't miss out.
Not to miss, there are big updates in Battle Royale mode too. A new buy station limited time event lets you collect scattered cash across the map and use it to buy airdrop supplies at the station.
One last update, the strongbox system has been upgraded. Some strongboxes now have a chance to trigger surprise discounts when drawn, giving you minimum 30% off your next 10 pull. If you are lucky, you might even get a free 10 pull.
Season 5 is ready to roll. See you on the field, soldiers.
And now we go back for more action here for this Garena Masters 9 Echoes of the Champions. And once again, we are the casters. My name is Warden, and alongside me is Cali. And we're moving over to the pretty much the halfway through point of the broadcast.
Yeah, we are going to be having one of the best matches here, man. SKAER as well as TRT Philippines. You know, there's a high chance it is the number 3 in the region versus the number 4. So that says a lot on what the match that we are about to watch right now. I think it's going to be a very close game, just like what we had on our first series of the day.
Well, TRT and SKAER. I think Scatty is a mixture of Scatty. I think it's just Scatty overall, but one thing that we talked about is that, you know, Aurora is not the singular queen of Garena Masters 9. We also have Margox, which is, by the way, the long, lovely partner of Mamra of our Tanatos as well. So nice to see a couple here make it to Garena Masters series. So hey, love to see it. Not only we got Kalo and Aurora, we got Aurora and Margox.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that's nice because we got 3 now. Right, apart from the PDRBs from a couple of seasons ago, we still got, you know, a couple of queens playing in the pro scene. But we're going to be seeing more of them later on. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, they'll be playing up against Prestige later, right after this game that we are going to be playing. So it is going to be nice, right? We get to see what TRT Philippines is. If you try to put them on, if you try to put your research on, this is actually Absolute Zero without Rage, and they added in Thin. So this is a fast-facing team that combines the old and the new generation of players for Call of Duty Mobile. Obviously, you got Hydra there, you got Yato, but you also got Freezy as well as Thin that will look to try to play a high octane action of Call of Duty Mobile, and they got Rage as the coach, if I'm not mistaken. So that is going to be a great matchup up ahead.
I'm dying to see how this one's gonna play out. I feel like in some way, you know, TRT, yes, definitely, aka Absolute Zero back then. They showed quite a lot. They showed a lot of promise there on GSI, and with the time granted now before they head straight over here towards Garena Masters 9, I'm expecting a lot more of a, you know, a polished squad comparing it to how it went down in GSI. Not really, let's say, discrediting them, because they were a better squad comparing it to STE for sure on GSI, and how much more as well with the time granted. If I'm not mistaken, we did see in the list that Rage is definitely out for being the players, but he's still going to be on as a coach. So hey, I can't wait to see how much more impact and Rage really put up, you know, how much more knowledge he can indulge the players into the competition here for Call of Duty Mobile.
I guess that's the how would I say, that is the most logical way to think about it, because if you look at the roster right now for TRT Philippines, you got Rage, you got Chibi, you got Tin, Hydra, Yato, you even got Josh there, right? And the kind of roster you would think is going to be very similar to how Elevate will have in terms of playing personality. So it's just about finding the right system to get the elimination done so that they can get the win.
Most definitely, yeah. And you know, for the side of SKAER here, it's looking to be a pretty, you know, Frankenstein squad. I mean, for a set of Tanatos, we had Sabio back then, but now he's gonna be playing for SKAER. So I'm not sure how this one's gonna twist all around, and more so over, you know, if you just see the initial breakdown. I think they have like 6 players there. I can't wait to see who's gonna be the main 5 as well for that playing roster.
Yeah, for sure. Now, looking into it, right, I feel like for SKAER, now formerly known as SKAER, now they are a team that is good, but not great. You know, they are going to beat out teams lower their level, but when it comes to playing up against the top 2 and the top 1 in the region, they just somehow crumble down to the ground. And this will be a challenge for them, right? For this year, is that they need to be able to get over the hump of being inferior against the stronger squads. So it will all go down to their mentality this time that will be tested, because it's a make or break, right? This is going to be stage 3. I know all of you will be heading into stage 4, but you would want to build up as much as mentality so that you get to have the confidence to be able to put up map wins up against the best team in this region. So you gotta have to bring in your A game every time, and your first test will be up against TRT Philippines, which is the number 3 in the region after that GSI 2025.
Yeah, definitely, man. I mean, again, I can't wait to see what's gonna be the roster here. I mean, so far on paper, you have Tokyo, Sabio, Chroma, Mids, and Pickle, and definitely Pickle and Sabio first out of Tanatos back then. So that's gonna be a pretty drastic roster change overall, and obviously with the addition of Margox as well. I'm not too certain when we will see Margox play out, but definitely one of the most promising female talents that we have here next to Aurora that can live on. But you know, once we do get to see the players play out here for TRT and SKAER, that will be, you know, the whole run, you know, who will be the talents that will be participating here on this Garena Masters 9. If you guys are just tuning into the broadcast just right now, you guys are watching the first day here for GM9. We got 6 days here for the group stage, 2 days for the playoffs. Now you get to see how this whole thing began and how this will all end.
I mean, the qualifier stage hosted 70 teams, right? From the 20th of June all the way to the 26th. And it's not just a single elimination format, right? It's just going to be teams playing constant battles, Swiss stage brackets. So they had to play 10 games of best of 3s just to be here. So it's not luck. It's hard work, resilience, and tactical brilliance for them to be here in the group stage. Now, we are talking about the prize pool as well. If you guys missed it, it is going to be with a bolstering $25,000 prize pool, and we're going to give you guys the spread of how much the champion actually takes. And speaking of champions, Warden, for the past 4 Garena Master season, it has all been elevated and has kept that prize pool on the number 1 for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, talk about it. 735,000 pesos directly to your pocket, 13,000 US dollars to your name. Best believe it, you really want to make, you want to not only get the title of the Green Masters 9, Green Masters, series, but more so over get the creme de la creme of the prize pool. More so over second place now, $4,500 to your name, 3,000 for the third place. 2,000 for fourth, fifth will get 1,500, and sixth will get 1,000. And one thing so good about this tournament is that even if you just, once you qualify, you are guaranteed around 56,000 pesos to your name.
Yeah, and we have already gone over two matches already, with Stalwart Esports taking a close win up against Tanatos on our first series of the day. That was pretty surprising, honestly, because you would expect Stalwart to 2-0 Tanatos, but with Mamra stepping up and Risky and Rex on that search and destroy, giving a masterclass on that firing range, they've managed to pull a map number 3, but just coming up short with STE pulling up with their operators to win that map and ending up with the series win. On our match number 2, it was a quick blowout with Elevate, winning up against Prestige, getting us our very first look for Prestige and our very first 100-point club, brought to you by Elevate with Hacienda Hardpoint. That SnD, Garena Metropolis, was obviously a PJ Masterclass where he scored a 3.0 plus KD. So that really shows you the quality and the value of Elevate when they play their search and destroy. Now we enter our hardpoint match with TRT and SKAER playing on the best of 3. You gotta have to win 2 maps, and we are going to be entering Hacienda Hardpoint once again.
Well, if you're SKAER here, you got to make the most out of this. This is your only match here for today, where 2 eras. TRT still has a matchup against Stalwart Esports later on. So, hey, you want to end your day, start your day with a banger here for this Green Masters 9. Well, TRT, I'm not certain how much energy you want to invest into this, because Stalwart Esports looks to be a pretty hard squad later on. But for the time being, SKAER bans the Wave Combine alongside Apocalypse. TRT, they don't want to play Slums and Summit. We're heading straight to the staple map of Hacienda.
Yeah, I mean, Hacienda definitely is a stable, honestly, for TRT. But you could also say the same thing for SKAER. I mean, you got guys like Mids and Tokyo who definitely shines on this map. But I tell you what, when TRT is going to be having 10 to 10s, okay, you got Chibi there as well. Okay, hold on, wait a minute. You got Chibi, Tin, and Freezy. You don't got Yato. It seems like Yato is going to be studying, but you still got a very fast roster right here, right? It's still a very fast roster, man.
Yep. I mean, typically one thing that we usually get to see is either out or Josh. Without Yato, it shouldn't really damage the team too much. I mean, if you want to have really good SMGs, then Jibby and Tin can really beat the fillers. Have a great flex like Freezy, then you're pretty much set to go. SMG Marksman, I feel like it is going to be either in Josh. So yeah, we'll see about it. But for the side of Scatty, I mean, so far one thing that has been pretty loud has been Chroma with those ARs alongside Tokyo as well. But let's get it, Cali. Here we go. SKAER up against TRT in the map of Hacienda.
Alright, Tin's opening break right through, and it is going to be an open break. SKAER is still going to be containing inside of the point, but it's going to be important for us to take a look at how well SKAER is going to dominate with their SMGs, because that's exactly where they need to step up the most, because TRT has got Freezy as well as Tin, obviously. I mean, Tin as well as GB that is going to be playing that SMG duo. So they gotta have to best those players out to make sure that they come up on top on this Hacienda Hardpoint.
A really great start here so far from SKAER though. I mean, they are able to double down the points of TRT. 23, 24, 10 to their name. And it's not looking to stop even further. But finally, you get to see another break here from side of TRT. I mean, P1, typically a back and forth, but now you take a look at the battle for the rotation now towards the next hard point. That will be Freezy fighting himself inside of the hill, but got to worry about a possible pinch as well that could be offered by the side of SKAER.
Okay, nice shots coming through. Honestly, for SKAER, right? You got a lot of time inside of the point. Now, they are going to have the early rotation, and look at number 3 in Sebio. He's trying to cut off well spawns. I mean, the rock spawns, and he's done an incredible job just holding it off for now. And he even gets one more before he gets taken down. That's huge for SKAER to open up the hill. But they do not have any idea briefly of where the spawns were, so they do get shot down, and here comes the wave for TRT coming through from the checker spawn.
Spawns defined. Mid's going to be inside here with a type 63. Eats a nade directly to the face. Freezy and Hydra good for 2 elimination. Jibby's going to be hopping up on the top side, but Tokyo's going to be haggling onto the corner. Stays alive. Finally finds a triple, making a quad for inside of Tokyo.
Wow.
And Scary all of a sudden still holding on to the tide, but the spawns are just favoring the players of TRT, so the flow is going to be so much better, and they do take the hill right back.
And this is what we were talking about, right? For Scary to win this, they need their SMGs to do well. And Tokyo has done wonders for them so far with 11 kills in the board. Now, you're just going to have to replicate that all over again as we move on to P3. Earlier on rotation, that is going to be TRT Philippines. And then they have really, they really have a slow start. As you can see, Team only has 6 kills, and you would think that he's going to be the one fragging out on this squad. It's just not his day so far, so he needs to really lock it in to win this rotational fight. But Pickle, once again, getting those kills around the fences, and that is going to secure them another opportunity to score at least 10 to 15 points on this P3 hardcore.
Interestingly here, GB is going to be rocking the Annihilator. Not really the best of operators that can be available, but hey, Sabio here rocking it down in Equalizer. Tokyo is going to be out with a Sparrow as well, and it's going to be investment galore here for the side of Scary. The Claw gets whipped out. It's a 4 operator investment here from the side of Scary, and they're looking to wipe this one down here on this P3.
They are just going to get them eliminated. I mean, all over the place, TRT is. And they really could not find any solid foothold for the time being. All of their SMGs are really struggling here. Except for Jibby, who's got 15. Scary's really farming all of his kills, and it's just really paying out right now as they have a 57-point margin as we enter P4. Now, with this, will be potentially swingable here for TRT to win this early rotational hold. And it does look like they are going to be there. The Sanctuary of Aethra's place. And just like that, they clean out the point, and it's 15 seconds. Gonna go the way of TRT.
Heavy War Machine investment here from the set of Freezy. Can he find the kills? No, never mind. Slips on by. Tokyo able to get the kill. Equalizer is going to be out for a set of Tindo. Finds a triple there. Chroma Sevio waves their hands goodbye. And it is still going to be TRT here, winning off the wave, all because of the readjustments from the side of Tin. And now Hydra tries to double it down with a Tempest. Only good for 1. Jibby's going to be inside of the hill now here. Switch it up now here with Annihilator. And that's going to be A-OK here for them so far. Last 14 seconds here to fight for. Scrap time still onto the hands of the players of TRT, but Scary at the end, they do get the break.
Yeah, Savio just quickly deleting all of those players. The 23 eliminations for him, along with Mamra as well as Jai. These are definitely the guys that is really standing out for each of these players' teams, respectively. Now we enter P1 reset. Not really much has happened for TRT, but Scary more than likely is gonna try to look to play more aggressive inside of that point. But a lot more presence around the perimeter here, over the top for TRT on this first hard point, but it is gonna get shut down by Savio once again. It's a quick delete, and they get to flush out the players, and now gains ground on the hard point 1.
Pushing in, coming through. 77 to 125. TRT still gonna be on the trail, but they do have the clearance here to hold on to this hard point. Chroma pushes through here once again, and it is still going to be TRT here holding on to the hard point. So hey, lovely recovery here for them here on the speed 1, but Scary's still going to be on the lead at the end of it.
Yeah, and they're just really taking care of it very well. See, they're just good testing the scrap time. It's just really how you want to play this hard point, right? If you want to win, you gotta stop the other team to play those easy, uncontested final 10 seconds off the map, so that they do not get any chances of gaining momentum at all, or even throwing closer to this game and make them think that they can actually win this. So they do get the scrap time. They also have their early rotation on next, and they win the next 5 kills, which means respawns are resetted for TRT, and they're really just all over the place and could not really find anything at the moment. It's just them going down to the ground, and Scary with another flush inside of the hill.
100 points to 155. Scary here. Once again, going to be inside of the hill. The Claw's going to be out here from the side of Chroma. And they wash away the players of TRT once again. Freddy going to be available. TRT closing it up now towards the hard point. 2 players here to deal with for them to get the break instead of the hill. Straight after trace we go, and finally TRT, they do get the break, but only for a moment or so for the scrap time.
Yeah, 103 to 168. This game is going out of bounds for TRT. They have just not really locked it down. I mean, yes, you are really killing it in terms of eliminations, but there's really no value out of your kills if you're just only finding exit kills, and those exit kills, yes, may mean a lot. This is an objective-based game. You need to play inside of the point, and SKAER is just doing that way better than everybody else inside of this map. And you would need to bank on this next 2 hills to get right back inside the game if you are TRT Philippines. And they've done just like that, holding off the first 30 seconds.
Struggling to really be able to catch up to the pace here of SKAER so far. Last 30 seconds here to be fought for TRT. They need this one badly. Chroma finds a double, swings, able to get another one there. Mid's good for a 2. Jibby finds a double of his own as well. Scrap time now initiated, and TRT looks to have the better numbers here for the scrap time and have the better path as well towards the next rotation now, towards the next hard point. Not bad of a hill here for TRT, but they gotta find the means to win the next if they want to find an equalizer.
Yeah, they do. And this P4, they've looked real promising on it. And Tin dancing around and getting all the kills, and he still comes up on top despite turning his back against mids. And that might just be the energetic spark that this team needed to get right back inside this game. A potential comeback in the making for TRT as they shut down the kills of this P4. Freezy brings up the War Machine. It is a full read over the place. SKAER cannot get anything at all, and they are spawning it over and over again.
Yes, spawns are defined. It's all gonna come down to the gunfights now. Get the read. Player 5 Chroma though does spawn out. 1, 10, able to relay the information as well. Texon, Toku's gonna be there on the bottom side. Not gonna be a problem here for him. Spawns are gonna be split apart though. And so far TRT, finally we get to see them back on the lead.
This is it. This is the TRT that we know. They have finally risen up from the ground, and it's Josh and the crew finally getting all of the points inside of the hill. Either I'm making the plays, 3 kills with that Hunter Killer drone. It's now an ever-growing lead. SKAER has lost control of the match, and they would need a solid foothold on this B1 to get right back in this game. And as they shut down Freezy, they do get a couple of clear-outs around the perimeter, but clearly not enough. As TRT is just nearby, looking to try to play for these players around the point. Getting this perimeter place is Jibby, and that is going to be 3 straight kills. Wanting for more, but finally shut down. SKAER still nowhere near the hill. TRT is pulling away.
Yeah, I mean, TRT has been pretty stale on the last 3 hard points. Finally, they do find themselves here inside of the hard point. Here, coming through. 10 gets taken down here from the bottom side. Player 4 tries to make the play with a death machine on open hall, but gets cancelled out. 3-man push here on the tunnel side, but Pickle finds a double. Can he find a triple? Yes, he can! 10, JB Freezy, goodbye. SKAER all of a sudden changes the tide of the game, and soon enough, 1 more point to go. They take the lead right back.
Yeah, SKAER, this is going to be a back and forth game, and they will need more from their players. Look at that. Chroma and Sebio with 39 and 38 kills respectively, and they're just growing all of these skills even further. But for TRT, they're doing the exact same thing, right? Hydra and Josh with 39 kills each, and this next hill is going to be important. Where are your operators? You need to drop them here and find good value on it. And GB's gonna find 3 before going down. Hydra's turn to make a play, but the Tempest does not get any connection. And SKAER's got a little bit of foothold inside of the point. They're contesting, but Pickle falls down. The Death Machine not gonna get any kill. And TRT gonna try to slap this one more time, and SKAER is holding on, shutting down TRT on this P2.
Big stack inside of the hill. SKAER in control. TRT sacking it from the front side. 2-man push from the front, 1 player from the left. Here, hitting it down. Freezy leads the way with a War Machine. Can't find anyone. Spawns are getting a flip. TRT here, still trying to get the break, but SKAER is just holding on.
Yeah, TRT has just been trailing all over the game. Can we see them bounce back once again, or will SKAER continue to hold on and win this game? It starts here on this rotation. Moving on to new. P3 hardpoint is where it all gets decided. SKAER gonna be late on rotation. TRT setting up for success. Can they execute the next wave to win this match?
210 to 11. Here, opening it up. Sepia tries to get it done, but 10 with the equalizer gets it through as well. Now, here inside of the hard point, spawns are defined. TRT well side. E-box push here from the side of Scary. War Machine's gonna be out here from the side of mids, from the side of Scary, but is it gonna be enough for them to get the break inside of the hill?
Oh man, it's close, but Scary does find their players inside. Spawns have flipped and they got the better spawns and the operators to back them up, but Chroma gets shut down. It's a full-on blast inside of the point, and it's Scary holding up and taking those gunfights. Tokyo with this Sparrow shuts down Hydra, but only good for one. Tin is going to be nearby. The Scary squad continues to remain firm, but the hard point is going to get contested, but not for long. And Scary takes home map number 1.
Woo. Scary. Scary as it can be. For sure, the TRT boys are frightened. As Scary was able to get this game here locked in. I mean, my days, TRT, despite how great the team is on paper, it's definitely Scary's run here. I mean, we were only able to see the lead change at the later part of the game. Pretty much in the entirety of the run, it was Scary holding on to the driver's seat.
And I love that they got to find the bounce back, because that's definitely what they needed, Warden. When they lost momentum, you would think that they will end up losing, but no, that's not definitely the Scary team that we know now. They really literally are trying to morph into a better version of themselves, and they did find their way to win this game. And it's a total team effort. They got the job done on that P3. Their hardpoint operators were clearly timely, and that has shut down TRT on that first map.
Woo. Scary, oh scary. And you know, the best thing about this is that was TRT's best mode that they could probably offer. Search and Destroy has been a bit of a slopsided question here for them on Search and Destroy. Scary, I think they're pretty convincing as well on SnD now. But moving over, still a very remarkable win there from set of Scary. And I'm just really surprised. You know, this is a mixture of a squad of Tanatos X SKAER, and with just you know, the amount of time that they were given to prepare, they showed really great promise up against a squad that, you know, we were kind of expecting to really come out with a dominating blowout, but it didn't happen. Scary takes a spotlight, and truly we did say, you know, this is their only match here for today's broadcast. They're gonna start things off with a banger and ended off with a banger as well, and they're one step closer to doing that.
Yeah, Sabio and Chroma was literally the main playmakers for Scary. They were the hard fraggers here. You could really literally tell this people that they're the most consistent part about this team, right? And also, not only that, I mean, everybody from Scary, they try to combine most of their cultures, right? I mean, they had a couple of players from SKAER. You also had a couple of guys from Tanatos, and if you know Tanatos, they love to stack the point, and that's where you kind of see the difference with this version of SKAER, right? Because they are contesting in the point and also having the early rotation. That's the perfect mix right there, and you just gotta have to continue playing with that pace. And I think this team definitely has improved a lot already by judging that first map.
Definitely, and the MVP is going to be no other than Chroma himself. Talked about him. Really one of the best talents as well. Very underrated. Man with a claw, dropping 51 kills, 43 deaths. Average scoreline of 6,726 and a KDA of 1.19. That is your boy Chroma.
There we go. 51 bombs. And what's with teams right now, right? Everybody's just scoring 51 kills. Like, it's light work all of them. But you could also say the reason why people are doing more kills is just because they've gotten a lot better in reading the environment, right? They know where the spawn points are, I'll talk about it after we get to see the highlights, but definitely enjoy the highlights, guys. We'll be right back.
Is ours. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint identified.
Smoke out!
Capture the objective.
Enemy down!
Hardpoint is ours. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
And we are back for the continuation here for the series between SKAER and TRT, as SKAER leads the series here on Hardpoint Agenda. 1-0 we go. Do you feel like we can see a prolonged series here, Cali?
I think we are going to be looking into a 2-0, man. I feel like SKAER has got a better search and destroy, judging from the performance that they've had in a couple of series, and just looking by the players that is currently on that roster. But anything can happen, right? I mean, this is definitely going to be a bit of a challenge for both squads to win it. But I see that map number 2 to be a win, but it's going to be a very close game for SKAER.
Oh yeah, I think on SnD, if ever, you know, they do play their cards right, and they, you know, they do have their staple SnD player, which is Josh, to be around. And obviously, you know, if you want to have a really remarkable marksman, that is definitely Freezy. But if you take a look at the gun roll composition, and Cali, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, and I know you're very knowledgeable about this, can you switch your gun rolls between game modes?
Yeah, you can, most definitely.
Yeah.
You just gonna have to acquire it.
Yeah, because if ever, you know, I wouldn't really mind tossing up the sniper as well toward Freezy, but at the same time, I think Hydra alongside Josh is sufficient enough as well. But, you know, I'm just trying to say that, you know, you have sufficient snipers, you have sufficient SnD players that can really, you know, provide, you know, the what is needed on search and destroy. Now we take a look at the map bans. Coastal is going to be away, standoff as well. SKAER, they don't want to have any of that. Firing range in Tunisia, looking like we're heading straight to another Garena metropolis.
Just a complete remake of the match that we had just a little bit earlier, right? I mean, between Elevate and your boys from Prestige. Now, from what we saw there, it was the shotgun as well as the SMG that has done so much of the damage. Not much more of a sniper for that, because it's just a pretty close, it's just a pretty fast game overall, right? But you would think that this is going to be a lot more closer than that, so it will really be meaningful for you to have your sniper to do a lot here in this coming game up ahead.
We'll take a look at the lineup here. No changes whatsoever. It's just going to be a same old same roster. Hydra, Freezy, Josh, Tin, Jibby, Tokyo, Sabio, Chroma, Mids, Pickle. All eyes on you as we head straight towards Garena Metropolis. Looking to be just turning to be one of the most stable maps now here on SnD so far. We go 2 for 3 here on Search and Destroy Garena Metropolis. Cali, you personally, you won your regional championship on India on Garena Metropolis. Talk to me about it, bro.
I mean, it's just all of, I mean, I was not really part of the playbook there. It was mostly Zim, but the thing that you want to do here is obviously find an area on the map where you would like to defend strong, and you're gonna have to lean in over it, and that's exactly what you would want to have for you to be able to make the raids work. And right now, exactly what we saw earlier on for TRT, but 2 of their players actually get gunned down, and SKAER does win the trade fights. Bomb yet to be planted. Stunts does not connect anything at all, and SKAER is gonna work with their SMGs to try to make this work for their squad.
Breezy actually has a sniper in line for him. That's a 10 now here with a shotgun as well. Bomb's gonna be planted now. Definitely the odds and advantage here relies on the favor of SKAER. And looking like the players of TRT, they want to go for the split. Sebi finds one here right across. Breezy finds Chroma there on the top side. Tebio has to go for the chalice. Well, mid's able to anticipate Freezy now. They know exactly where Tin's going to be at all alone here. 1v1! And 1v2 turns it down to 1v1 and an HS to the face. And TRT all of a sudden, shockingly, able to get the round on their belt.
And this is what we were talking about, right, from the previous game. It was the shotguns and the SMGs that was doing the wonders, and Tin just completely highlighted that once again with that clutch at the B site. It's the perfect area on the map to bring it on. And just sadly, that SKAER is just really too scared to play against Tin right there and just try to play it individually. Now they're moving on. They take down the Mr. Clutch Man himself from the last round. Tin officially sorted out. And they take their head into the A site, but with the cost of their 2 players actually going down.
3-for-3 trade here, 2-for-2 trade, 3v3 situation. Mid's gonna go for the chow. Mids! My days, what a shot. Michael's gonna be there instead of the smoke. I did not hesitating, flying to double as well. Give it from the back, TRT, what are you on?
It's just the retake looking pretty well for them. It's just always been that. Oh, hold on, where is it? There we go. A little bit tricky there. Now Jim's gonna get the defuse, but you really love to see that they initiated a pinch play there, one coming from long A and one through the CT spawn. So when they converge, that guy had nothing to do but to pick and choose the battle that he takes, and he will be traded at the end of that possession, and that's gonna give TRT a 2-round wins. Once again, you would want to get as much as defensive wins as you can get on your first half.
Now 1-4 split here offered by the side of TRT. Here looking to play for the pickoffs now. They tone down their pacing. They don't want to rely on mids alongside Sebi to play for the picks. Right across is going to be Josh. Get the flick. Never mind. Josh a bit too fast for his liking. Now, first kill, first blood dropped here by the side of TRT. Now, what will be the readjustment here for the side of SKAER? You got to go for the push. But looking like they want to get a counter trade here on this mid map. But TRT is just playing this one passively.
I mean, this is really how you want to play it right now, since you don't got information where these players are. Just like what we were talking about, right? You need to set your team up for success by putting as much as resources as you can get in the B side, and that's what TRT has right now. They're forcing the attack on the A side. If you're scary, that really works. You have an option for Tokyo to play for exit kills. Around CT spawn, he should get a quick glimpse at it. Finds one. Repositions, but gets stacked down. And Tokyo's gonna get sorted out as well. Beautiful retake there. TRT finds themselves a 3rd round win.
I feel like Tokyo could have held his triggers a little bit longer there and could have gotten closer. But hey, valiant effort still regardless. But TRT is looking to steamroll themselves out of this Corona Metropolis as they have already 3 points to their name. Stale for the side of SKAER. And now you look at SKAER here, looking like they want to go for a bombardment here on the A side as they want to go for a 5-man push. Here we go, player 5 Freezy. Can he hold on to itself?
Oh boy. That's 3-man stacking. Here we go. Freezy finds the kill onto mid. Sebio is not able to get the hunt down, and all of the players just somehow collapses. And TRT responding back with strong 4 rounds straight on the defense. And I guess that's just what happens when you tickle the bear and you win against it on the first time. It's gonna fight back on the second time you play against it.
Now 4-1 split here will be offered once again here by the side of TRT, anticipating a B execution now. Triple man push here on the top side. Sebio finds one, but Jimmy finds a double. Triple man push here from the side of SKAER on the connector side though. And looking like they want to go for the counter. 1-for-1 trade here on this wave. But Jimmy once again finds the quad. 10-for-1. TRT on another level.
It's just an offensive masterclass on a defensive side. It's an offensive masterclass from them because of the ability to play for a retake or even just hold off of a point. SKAER looks lost on this map, and I take back my words. It's not going to be a win on a close match. It's just going to be a blowout. And another first blood coming through for TRT. They just don't stop coming at SKAER in this first blood department, and they just kept winning all of it. No response at all.
This situation here is pretty scary. What can you do? So far, kills after kills, pickoffs over pickoffs. Okay, not gonna lie, I've seen this format or formation of TRT. Elevate does this a lot.
Yeah.
You men hold on the bend there,
High-low post play.
the double damage play, and then you leave one sniper as well, just watching the long beat there. And then anytime player 1 and 5 can just try to wrap around, but now Scary looking like they have distinctive eyes and looking like they want to try to go for the push now here on his B side.
That's the information going to be in the hands of Hydra. And just a lurking play there for mids. He's going to get cut down, just unfortunate. The longer you're taking, the more you're going to get suffocated. Look at the space that TRT has on the map. Prestige almost closer. CT spawn. And then just going to get them run through with the shotgun. And mind you, this is going to be in a space where you have range. You need mid-range to win those fights, but he just got close and it's just over. Scary down to the ground. This is one-sided.
Can we see it? Can we see the LG Classic? Let's get it on.
They got LG. Here we go.
First round here on the second half. First kill goes to side for the side of Scary, but double kill here from the side of TRT. And now you have a breakthrough as well here. A paved way here on the A bomb side. The rotation has been bitten down as well. The smoke's going to be deployed. Not looking to get the bomb plant out just yet. Not until now. And it's going to be a 4v3 retake here, Cali.
It all gets dictated here. Scary, are you going to be the first team to get egged on? No round wins at all. This is going to be a first of the season. And SnD, you're just the first team to get no rounds on an SnD. TRT forces map number 3.
Hashtag get LG.
Oh man. That is just sad.
How long hardpoint was how fast search and destroy was. That was definitely a show to be seen. And then all of a sudden TRT now here. 1 for 1 we go. That's your boys right there from the TRT, and just like that in the blink of an eye, we're heading straight towards game number 3.
It's just rough. It sucks to be a Scary player right now because you won your first map, you lost the second, and now you're in the same exact position as you were for the past couple of seasons. When you are down to the third map, will the fear of losing get to you, or are you going to be able to fight back up against TRT, who's clearly the number 3 in the region right now?
I'm just lost for words, man. I mean, I don't really know what to say, but one thing about this, presented now, the MVP is going to be coming from the side of TRT Philippines. Freezy here with 9 kills, 4 deaths, and a 2.25 KDA.
That's just a lot. I mean, on an SnD, that's a lot. And we did not even really see we did not see a ton of highlights from him, right? It's just silent, cold kills from Freezy with that sniper, and it's just typically not the person you would think that is going to shine with a sniper. But we are changing it to TRT GB, so we got 2 MVPs, eh?
8 KDA, 8-1.
8 KDA, that's the highest. Great job.
Bro, I kid you not. That will be the highest KDA in the Garena Master season. I kid you not.
Nobody's going to beat that. Congratulations, GB. This is a record that you will keep. Well, I think it's too early to say. So we're just going to have to wait things out. We are going to be playing a map number 3, and it is going to be, deciding the fate of these 2 teams. One will end up winning 2 points. The other will be taking home only 1 point in our series course.
I don't know how to feel about Scary moving over to this map 3. I don't know if you're going to be demoralized that you got 7-0 on the SnD, but knowing the attitude of mids, knowing the attitude of Chroma and Tokyo, I mean, they might just shrug it off. It's definitely something that you just hate to see. you know, but more so over, hey, this is first day of the group stage. A lot of bloopers already happened, and well, it's not too late to really readjust it later on, but you definitely got to work on it, Corona Metropolis SnD specifically. Hey, Gary, get on the board. Get on the board, baby. That's your only match. It's your only match for today. You got a lot of time later on.
It's going to be tough. As we enter our post-match breakdown, we get to take a look at the kills. It's not even close, 35-15. And yeah, just a full clinical route for TRT. I don't think we're gonna have to talk about it any longer because this team just want to get it out real quick so that they can win this match and move on to map number 3.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, you know, you really gotta make up for what's happened there, because that was plain upright unacceptable. For sure. I mean, we're talking about stage 3 of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship here in this Garena region, and for you to get taken out on the SnD game mode in a 7-0 manner is not really the greatest thing there is. 15-35 for the kill split, 35 obviously for the set of TRT, and definitely was a quick one. I think it's just about time for us to just bury this one on the pass and move on to the next Cali.
yeah. Let's just get it out of the way. Now, I feel like for these two squads, right? I mean, more specifically for SKAER, after getting LG'd in that map number 2, now you're gonna have to start resetting your momentum, right? Because yes, you may have taken a loss in that map number 2, but you won the first map, so it's equal now. Whoever wins the next map wins. Treat it as a best of 1. So if you win the next map, you take home the series. And SKAER, there will be banning raid. TRT is going to be banning takeoff, and we get to take a look at the crossfire. Not normally a map that you would play, since takeoff is a better option. Raid is obviously logical, but they want to midway, and crossfire definitely looking to be a curveball map that they want to put themselves together with.
Oh yeah, most definitely, man. So hey, at least it's gonna be one of our first to see crossfire here for today. So far, I think we've only really seen raid, because that game 2 didn't really went down to control, and it was only the first run there between Tanatos and SnD that we were able to see control. So hey, glad to see crossfire to be played. Typically I was going to expect to see just raid because of how staple it is, but I think Scary just wants to avoid a very map, knowing how well the marksmans are for a set of TRT. I'm not gonna say that, you know, crossfire is not one of those maps that you can really not really rely on those snipers in as well. Definitely this map should have really good marksmen, but it's a fresh map, and this is really just, I guess, like somewhat of a safe map to put TRT into, to kind of like test out like what is inside their bag and this control run.
Now, I think what matters here as well is the operators that the teams will actually try to bring in. You would need as much range as possible. So the Tempest, the War Machine, the Annihilator, that machine has got to be part of the formula, right? So it looks like TRT is gonna check that one up, right? SKAER is gonna have the Sparrows. Well, as a Claw, interesting take. They do not have an equalizer, so they would like to play for space on this mid-range and long-range action. So it's just going to be that the bout for these two teams' fate ends here on this map number 3, and it all gets decided, and whoever is going to win this on this crossfire map, and they are good to go, Warden.
Yep, good to go indeed. Now switch of operators here. Obviously, since it is controlled, we're going to be seeing the Annihilators now come in. Fabio and Jibby will be rocking the Annihilator here, and just stand by. Let's just see the game pan out. Ladies and gentlemen, if you guys missed out the action, SKAER was able to win hard opponent SnD in a pretty close one. You know, it was down to the wire. Search and destroy though. Forget about it, but it was TRT winning it down 7-0. Good old classic eggnog served directly towards SKAER, and now this map 3 here for crossfire control will be the decider on who will win the series.
It is going to be useful for SKAER to win this match right here, right? Because this is going to be the only match that they will play for the day, and they'll have to recalibrate for the next day's match. But for TRT, they still got another chance to win this, but you would want to win now because the team that you're going to face later on is going to be Tanatos. That is not, that's not Tanatos, it's going to be STE, so it's not going to be a guaranteed win for them as of yet. So they would need a win now that they get this over with. We started off with SKAER as the first team to defend. TRT is going to start on the attack, and they've already got themselves a couple of capture on the A site, but to give SKAER a chance to play for space and have that butcher's control early, that might be a problem.
Yeah, but TRT here is breaking loose with the elimination points now. Take a look at this, 21 to 25. TRT here already getting the capture now on an A control point. And when you have the life count in favor for you and the time as well, best believe it, they might just break loose here. And now look at this, B Depot, Bus Depot is now in control as well here for the side of TRT. And Slight Cavalry will arrive from the side of Scary, but they're losing a lot of lives in the process.
Looking pretty good right now in terms of playing the objective. TRT, this is specifically not, you know, this is not a map that you could get a chance to play inside of the point and win through objective, but it's looking pretty good for them as of now. It's just that the other team that they're playing just doesn't know they don't have a great idea of how the space is looking like, and they're really able to punish them for it right now. One segment done on the B site with a +5 advantage on the life count. Scary still looking to try to stabilize, but they have not looked pretty good at all.
Not so good here, definitely. And now 3 more lives here remaining from the side of Scary. Tokyo and Chroma here all alone. Shouldn't be any chances anymore to capture, persist for a set of TRT, and they can install this one out and build his operator skills, or just play for the capture. Regardless, it's a win here for a set of TRT Philippines.
Hey, it's just odd, right? If you're winning, and if you're winning the attack side using your objective, that clearly says a lot on what the other team is doing, right? The spacing definitely is lacking for Scary on the start of the first round.
Tied for the lead.
It's just odd, right? You're stuck on an island. You don't really know what to do. You have no weapons that can take you out of this round. So you're giving TRT an opportunity to really cycle in their operators early for that P2.
Bro, look at Chroma just begging, please end my demise. Stop building your operator skills, man. Stop being selfish. Just take me away, bro. Only Jimmy doesn't have his OS now, and they can probably just drop down and chase him down away. Yep. Did he want to go for the execution?
Execution?
No way.
Execution, please,
Nope.
please. Aw.
Big Daddy I just was like, nope, don't waste any time. Don't play with your food. We still have 2 more rounds to go.
And the second round should be a guaranteed play for space for them. You got 4 operators available that you can bring out. And one of that has to be the War Machine from either. That is going to be the best. If not the best. It's going to be the greatest play for Assault on this defensive side. All they gotta do is just find the first 5 kills, clear out the A site, and now you are in charge of putting this team on the blender. There goes the first part of this episode. This is all about putting Scary on the blender and grinding them up, beating them to a pulp inside of the point, inside of their spawn, and they are getting in. Losing all their lives just because of the operators built up by TRT on a round number 1. And just like that, they are down 7 lives in this game.
You know, that's just a problem that Control offers. You know, once you win the first round dominantly and build up those operator skills, best believe that the second round can snowball into as well. And it's just looking to be a game with no contention. Scary. They try to find a means to go out of their spawn side, but they meet 4 operators out their faces. And now you take a look at the life count here, Cali. 8 to 19. They can try to do whatever they can, man, but the odds are just impossible for them.
It is. Plus 10 live count here for TRT. And they even got more score streaks to play around with either building up to a Predator missile. You got only 10 rounds remaining to play inside of the point. This is looking impossible. And could potentially be another sweep.
Yep. GG's well played. 2-0 we go. I mean, we saw SnD to be a quick one. Control might just be a faster one, bro.
Yeah, it's just rough. There's just really no way for Scary to play this. I feel like, you know, the mental's already broken. They're still trying to stabilize, but they could not really put themselves in the best position possible. Now they need a lot of operator value from these operators that they just brought in. That War Machine not really finding anything. Scary only finds 6 kills. Now a little bit more potential with his Annihilator being brought down, but it's just rough. SKAER only finding 6 kills from their operators. That is not going to be valued.
Gonna be pretty tough, but hey, so far gonna be on the lead here for the life count. It is gonna be SKAER though, and it's only gonna be 3 life differential. The capture will try to come through there on an A control point. Moment of recovery there. Sebi was able to get the wipe off, but TRT is still gonna be persisting to try to get the capture on the A control point, and that should be the storyline. You know, get that A control point so you have more leeway and time to play with before you try to do something more fancy.
Yeah, that's true. And looking into this, TRT is currently losing their life count. Better map control so far for SKAER. Now they got Chroma with another operator available along with Pickle. That should help them stop the push and the bleeding that's about to come through at the A side. Smokes are really going to be there to cover up the space that TRT is wanting to claim from this land, from the middle. And it's just being stopped. So this is a way better approach that we're seeing for SKAER. They are shutting down all lanes being utilized by TRT.
11-7 here. TRT doesn't really have the brightest of days here on this round. SKAER trying to build up the possible comeback here on this control run. Capture still persistent here on his A control point. They should be able to get the time extension, but now you take a look at this. There's going to be 4 operators going to be able to first side of TRT. If you want to go for the investment here, it might not be a bad look.
Wow, Josh just slid in and took down Chroma on the 2nd floor. And that was jumping to the side type of movement, and it just rip off his head, give him a nice haircut, and now Edward brings out the Predator missile. It just cannot get better than this. They see the player's position, they know where they are pushing and holding on from, and they bring out Tin to shut down the player through the buildings, and this equalizer going to be fighting a lot of value. They're going to try to pressure these players to commit inside of the point while bringing out their operators to stop them from running down all of these players. From that lead, they had shut down all those players and now have a +2 advantage.
Geez.
A +1 advantage. TRT for the comeback.
Wow.
And SKAER chokes at round number 3. Another sweep. Bring in the broom. Another sweep has been made. TRT are mad and they chose to win the last 2 after dropping the first map.
Yeah, I mean, round-based game mode, hands down, TRT looking to be the best here so far in this competition. My days. TRT combine SnD towards control. That was 10 rounds, just won over and over again. Totally on a different level for the next 2 game modes after Hardpoint.
Yeah, I mean, that's just how it is, right? TRT maybe had a little bit of a hiccup on that first map. Could be the first game jitters, and that could happen to the best of everyone. And the good thing about this, it's a best of 3, right? So you got a chance to really redeem yourself and talk about redemption for TRT. A close game that they lost at that map number 1. They ended up winning map 2 and 3 in a way where they did not even let the other team score around.
Nope, not at all. I mean, once you got to see the first round, it was well dominated, and then they just bought enough time for them to build up this operator skills. Round number 2 was no question. 5 operators was available, only 1 for the side of SKAER, and well, TRT decided to steamroll, snowball the hell out of that 2nd round. And then round 3, I mean, you were seeing a pretty convincing start there from the side of SKAER, but only at the latter part where TRT was able to find a recovery, get the capture on that A control point, and bam, things just happened for TRT. Played it better, was able to secure another donut.
And we're going to be moving on, right, from what just happened in this game to our highlights. We'll be right back.
It was definitely an action-packed night there for the set of TRT as they were able to clean up Scary in a 3-0 manner. And now we'll take a look at the MVP here for the match itself on Control. It's no other than Freezy himself. Shout out to you, Nick D, sir. 22-9 KD we go, and a 2.44 KDA for Control.
This is looking good for Freezy, man. I mean, this is just what you would expect from him. You know, he's rightly regarded as one of the best players that is going to be eligible for the World Championship this year, and is really totally living up to the hype. And I mean, this guy's been playing since Garena Master Season 1, by the way, Warden. They were the first team to defeat AMT into playoffs back when he was with C8 Esports along with C8 Duray. So yeah, it really brings a lot.
Goes way
the
back.
consistency from this week goes way back. The consistency that he brings to the table, it's just great. And now we take a look at our problem ahead. It's just going to be the post match head to head. We take a look at the kills, just plus 30 here for TRT.
Just plus 30, but if you think about what it was Control. So hey, you win the game mode by elimination, surely. Especially if you want to go for the spawn traps, and no objective actually at all. It was just based off elimination. I mean, on the first round, TRT could have decided to play for the elimination, I mean for the objective, but they decided to buy you enough time to, you know, to build up their operator skills, and the rest will live on. But now you move over towards our series MVP, and once again, no other than the prodigy, the uprising star, and has been rising. It is going to be Freezy once again.
I mean, you got what, like Chibi with the 8KD on the on the second map to give the team the 7-0 win. You had Freezy just dominating on this 3-0 win on Crossfire. And what a way for you to start your series through a reverse sweep. Warden, you finally got this in the bag, so you now move on for more. You are not yet done for the day. You're still going up against another rival of yours, and that is going to be Stalwart Esports, a team that you managed to defeat in GSI 2025 that prompted that team to re-roster. So that is going to be a game that will be played on match number 5. But coming right up next, it is going to be Tanatos up against Prestige. We will be right back right after this break.
Season 5 is finally live. I was looking forward to it since forever. Heard that there is a ton of new content this time.
Totally. The most exciting part is the Summer Surprises event. Just log in and spin. With just 5 spins, you can take home all the rewards, such as brand new Epic Operator Skill Bull Charge Jaguar and KSP 45 Grizzly. Soldiers, summer break has officially begun.
And here's something Secret Cache lovers will love. The Secret Cache has new updates. A new gun has been added, and there is a new Universal Fragment system. You can open the Secret Caches to your heart's content now.
Too hot to go outside this summer? No worries. Check out the brand new Zoo map in the multiplayer mode. No need to purchase tickets. Just use your bullets for admission.
And that's not all. Multiplayer mode now has a new gameplay, operation, variant. There are various personal buffs and team buffs to make each match more intense. There are tons of rewards too, so don't miss out.
Not to miss, there are big updates in Battle Royale mode too. A new buy station limited time event lets you collect scattered cash across the map and use it to buy airdrop supplies at the station.
One last update, the Strongbox system has been upgraded. Some Strongboxes now have a chance to trigger surprise discounts when drawn, giving you minimum 30% off your next 10 pull. If you are lucky, you might even get a free 10 pull.
Season 5 is ready to roll. See you on the field, soldiers.
Welcome back to the first day of the Garena Masters 9 Echoes of the Champions, and we're heading straight towards match number 5 once again. My name is Warden, alongside with me is Cali. We're the casters here for today. Bro, we've seen 4 matches already. We're heading straight towards the 5th. So far, what was your favorite, man?
I feel like my favorite was ST versus Tanatos, because that was a very close game. Could have gone both ways, especially the hard point. But it was ST that definitely pulled on and got that win. But moving on, right? Tanatos may have taken a loss up against Stalwart Esports, but they still got another chance to take the win today. And that is up against Prestige on the 4th match on our fixtures for the Garena Masters 9 Echoes of the Champion opening day.
You know, Cali, one thing about you, bro, is I feel like I'm casting with 2 different people, because I swear this wasn't your outfit earlier, and now you have changed. But hey, That's the
I'm still me.
that's the
I'll
calendar.
never change. It's so me.
But yeah, anyways, you know, RTL Prestige, as I did say earlier, they were given the baptismal of a welcome to the competition here by Elevate earlier, and now they got to go up against Tanatos, which obviously is not going to be, I wouldn't say it's not as hard, but definitely it won't be easy. We saw the potential of Tanatos against Stalwart Esports earlier. Search and Destroy, really a hard team to fight for, and more so over as well on hardpoint, you know. So I think if ever RTL Prestige wants to take this game away from the side of Tanatos, it has to be, you know, somewhat gonna be pretty tough. But anyways, moving over, we get to see a map that Cali's happy with, and I'm pretty happy with as well. We get to see Slum's hardpoint.
I'm done with Summit and Hacienda Hardpoint. We've seen that all over GM8, right? And all over the Garena Masters season. It is just right we get to see Hardpoint Slums. And this is actually a pretty good pick if you try to take a look at it, right? A pretty, you know, small map that still requires dominance on the early rotation from P2 and P3, as well as P4. So you would really need to have your players set up. And they gotta think the bigger picture as they enter this hardpoint, because it can be pretty hard to break P2 as well as P3 in this kind of map.
Well, definitely, man. And, you know, it's just a matter of questioning now, you know, how far can both of these teams bring each other into this very run. But now let's talk, as you did, you know, mention the personality of the Slums hardpoint. I mean, for me, it's a really punishing hill, especially if you don't really get the early control inside of the hardpoint. P2, definitely one of the hardest there is to break, not just in Slums, but overall in the competition for Call of Duty Mobile. But let's get it. Let's see what these players can offer inside of this run as we start things off. RTL Prestige and Tanatos about to have a tussle in Slums hardpoint.
Okay, here we go. P1 obviously going to be back and forth scrappy, but as much as you want to contest this P1, you would want to have that P2 hardpoint hold by the time that this clock enters around the 10-second mark, so you get to prepare for that early rotation. It can get really hard for you to break through the front when you don't got that spawn for that P2, so you gotta have to think the bigger picture here after you deal in a couple of blows on this early exchanges on this P1.
Yeah, I mean, P1 Slums, I think the key ideation is that to make sure that the enemy team doesn't really get a lot of free points, but at the same time, try to work on the flip for the better rotation towards P2, because that's where exactly where the money hill starts to begin. And so for Tanatos here, having the better look, it's the time inside of the hill and has the better formation towards the next rotation towards P2.
There we go, 7 to 24. Something pretty much looking good for Prestige, right? I mean, I guess that's what you would have to expect. I guess the difference between the experience is still going to be felt here, but they've done a great job trying to hold their own. But it starts here in this next matchup. This 8 seconds that you're gonna try to break that break through the front is going to be marking it down. If you do lose this, it's gonna be quite hard to get right back in this hill. Thanatos holding it down, finding those kills, and that is going to be 4 kills. 5 kills down by Tanatos to shut down Prestige through the front.
Yeah, I mean, really just good definition here from the set of Tanatos overall. And just a quick, you know, lighter here for the set of Tanatos. Mahmoud once again, I mean, this guy up against Stalwart Esports was providing the numbers much more needed. And so far, he's exactly doing the same thing here up against RTL Prestige. As we get to see the summary here on this P2. Tarch clears up the way from the top, looking to flip the spawns and having a greater look once again towards the run there towards P3. Tanatos 73 to 7, 70-point lead soon enough here for Tanatos.
I guess this is starting to become a bad pick coming in for Prestige. I mean, as much as I want to see Slums, it can really get, you know, snowball. It can be really prone to snowball if you try to take a look at the thing that happened on that P1, P2, just because Thanatos was able to chain that 2 rotations. Now they have almost a 60-point lead, just one good hill of a hard point that they got up against Prestige. But great job for Fluffy and Countersuit to try to make the break inside of the point. But here comes Risky with the War Machine, throwing all those nades, dunking on those players, and that is going to be an Echo Slam by Jabba. Risky with another play of a lifetime. He is just putting in the mixer on this hard point, and Thanatos will maintain the hill.
Yeah, I mean, In some way, this is just a bloodbath here offered by the side of the Tanatos. RTL Prestige here pushed back once again instead of this game. And so far, with whatever that RTL Prestige tries to do, they always find themselves rotting at the end of the worst part of the map for every single bit of hard point. And now we wrap things off here towards P number 3. So far, they got the formation that they need to lock up probably the first 15 to 20 seconds, but the sustainability has always been a question here for the set of Prestige.
Let's see how good this Spotify bring out that War Machine. He's trying to shut down the back. Through the laundries, he's not able to find Tarks for a couple of seconds there, but now he does find the kill. Prestige is able to get a good hold of it. That's the first wave of gunfights that they actually took down, so it's just going to be a nice heave of take, but only for Aurora to shut things down inside of the point. With the equalizer, that's just going to be pretty rough there for Prestige. They were not really checking down the corners, and they are going to get flushed out of the hill.
Yo, really crazy control here from the side of Tanatos. Despite the fact that the odds doesn't really favor them at the start of this hard point, they still find themselves here grooving and just dancing around the very game. So far, a 100-point lead here as we wrap things off now here towards P4. We go back to P1 Cali with a very dominating performance here from the side of Tanatos.
That's it, man. It's just really looking rough. I mean, for Prestige, I think the goal here is to not get 67 points, right? Your goal is to get 100 points. It's not all about the win. You're trying to become the better team on all the matches that you try to play. And right now, the most achievable thing is just trying to play inside of that point and reaching 100 points and not getting another 100-point club membership. You already had one earlier up against Elevate, and you can't afford to do one more up against Thanatos, who is just gleaming with a ton of relentless assault towards the point in all of its parameters. And that is just another clean wave broken through. Prestige still getting shut down despite having the best spot over towards that broken building. Tarks really lighting things up. He's got 24 kills. That is the highest on the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, 167 to 45, 170. I mean, the points are just getting rained upon here beside of Tanatos. And now we move over now towards P2 here with once again, it doesn't change. Tanatos just having a better look once again on the rotation towards P2. Prestige push back. Gonna take a bit of time for them to even reach the back there, and even if they do, Risky meets them at the end with a War Machine, and the first wave of gunfights gets won over by the side of Tanatos.
Oh, they're trying to break through the front. They're trying to bust out wide open. The doors absolutely opened up by Kenetsu. Oh, mama! Another 3-piece for him. And that's the equalizer. That is gonna open the contest inside the hill. They got a couple of operators to work around with, and Fluffy able to get the shot down. Now it's all about holding off without the spawn favoring your side. And you're just gonna have to stack this relentlessly, but your players kind of do fall down. And Thanatos are gonna stabilize, putting down all the extra push. You're already close to getting 67 points, and even higher than that if you're Prestige. So this is going to be a great start for you on this map right here, where you just gotta have that early rotation on the next, but just kind of lag behind. So a couple of other players are going to be spawning on P2. That is just severe error coming in from them.
Massive stack here from the side of Tanatos at the end, but RTL Prestige not bad of a recovery from them at the latter part of that P number 2. But we get to see the foot race once again. On paper, it might just seem that RTL has the better response here, but they look to trail off the first opener of the 15 points here on this P3. Tanatos just stacking inside of the hill. RTL Prestige, the War Machine's gonna be out for the side pacify, but it doesn't find the break for their side.
And that's just rough right there. Only 20 more points for Thanatos to win this. Prestige, if it's 68 points that you want, it's gonna have to go through here. You gotta have to contest this. Aurora's extending out, and all the players from Thanatos are just spacing out to get more opportunities to shut down that push in all angles. And Prestige does find Pacify around the corner, but Risky shuts him down with the War Machine, and that's game, set, and done. Welcome back to the 100-point club, Prestige, says Thanatos.
It's not like they left the 100-point club, Cali. you're welcome to stay in this run. I mean, whew, we're looking at a squad barely clinched to the group stage, but it's just pretty tough, you know, a tough pill to swallow for sure. And looking at this skill gap between not even Elevate now, it's just and it's, I don't want to say it's just the Tanatos, but definitely it is the Tanatos serving them another narrative of just absolute domination inside of this game. 1-0 already, as we thought that in some way this might just be a fair call of a battle. Nope, the Tanatos, they want to bring back what they lost out on the first series.
Now we are going to be heading into our highlights. If you missed the action, you can't wait. Just watch.
Hardpoint locked down. Taking the lead.
And we are back, baby. Well, Tanatos Risky will be the MVP here on its Slums Hardpoint. 33 kills, 17 deaths, accumulating a 1.94 KDA and an average scoreline of 4,771. And obviously, with his good old trusty friend, the War Machine.
The War Machine. And if you ever think about War Machine, it's Risky is always going to have a great time with it, always finds a ton of value with it. And you've seen him broke through the pre-3, all of it on its own with that War Machine in his hand. So that really speaks a lot on what this guy can pull off with that operator. And I think being a War Machine guy, right, you need to find someone that is reliable with that weapon. And Risky, very much like Jai, just knows how to get it done with the operator.
Yeah, I mean, Risky has been, you know, he goes way back to Team Creamy. You know that. You miss, yeah. He goes way back, you know, back with Hat Dog. I think we had like who else? We had Epox back in the roster. And ever since, just Risky just has been proving to be a very stable player for the teams that he used to play for. And now we go to our head-to-head post-match breakdown. 115 kills to the side of Prestige, 170 for the side of the Tanatos. But what sets the difference and the gap is the hill time. 1:42 for the set of Prestige and 6:30 for the set of the Tanatos in an absolute dominance of 250 to 64.
Yeah, that's a crazy thing right now with the current Garena region, right? I mean, everybody is playing pretty similar to how Elevate plays it. Everybody needs to share the load of time inside the objective. And that's, I think, the greatest value that you can get for Tanatos, as well as the other squad earlier, which was TRT Philippines, right? So it is going to be nice for them to take that win, but just pretty much worried about Prestige, because, you know, they've taken 200-point clubs so far. They could not really get a lot of wins up against PJ and Elevate in Kurohana Metropolis. And guess what? The coming map up ahead, it is going to be another Kurohana Metropolis, knowing that Prestige, you know, better find some adjustments for them to come up with a ton of round wins in this map.
Yep, I mean, yeah, we've seen a lot of things happen already in Kurohana Metropolis. We've seen the Go to All Masters of Elevate play this one. We've seen TRT serve a 7-0 donut up against SKAER earlier, and there's just a lot more to be told here. I wonder if there's going to be any difference here for the side of Prestige. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, they already played this map earlier. I'm not too certain if they learned from their mistake, but you know, if you are indulging yourself into the competition for Call of Duty Mobile, one thing so important is the adaptability that you need to put up, you know, to be able to be on par with the rest of the competition.
Now we take a look at our lineup for the next game up ahead. It's still going to be the same players, Search and Destroy. Now, I like what I saw from Pacify, by the way, Warden. If you saw the sniper shots he was able to provide up against Elevate, I think there's real potential for this team to come up greatly if they play through Pacify. It just needs to find those first bloods. But it ain't going to be easy, right? Because Rex and Risky, they know how to get things done on this map, and that's how they shine, right? Search and Destroys, this is their baby right here.
I mean, Tanatos, just judging from what they were able to offer against Stalwart Esports earlier, I feel like this should be a run out here on this second round of SnD Kurohana Metropolis. As we start things off here, defense we go for a set of Tanatos, and Tarx able to start things off with a first blood. Finds Shiban there on the B-long.
Here we go. See the opening pick, Kenesu. They're starting off of a great look. Cutting down the opposing sniper, but Shiban gonna go down. Well, looking at this default pick, Pacify should get an angle on this. Ooh! Beautiful shot for Pacify. That shuts down on Mamura. That gives them the numbers advantage. Now they can play for trades. They got an extra guy ahead. And look at number 2 in Kenesu. He is ratting things out on B. He takes down Risky. And another player in Aurora. Now it's a 1v4. Beautiful read there by Kenesu to bust this game wide open.
Great changes here so far, and now Rex is going to be all alone. Player 3 and player 2 is going to be still there on the mid map. That's actually now the bomb's going to be planted here. Rex still hitting it down from the going towards Con here, towards garbage bin. Should be able to meet Pacify, and Pacify gets the kill. Now Prestige, RTL Prestige, able to get the first round. Not bad. I mean, pretty good actually.
Yeah, pretty good for Prestige. I mean, Kenesu was the MVP there, obviously, to shut down the last 2 players remaining on the B side, but Pacify, again, to hold down that mid-map, to just shut down Mamura, who was lurking around the map. They immediately destroyed the potential disaster that might have broken the team when they let go of that corner that he was speaking.
Start things off now in the next round. It's a 4-1 split here for set of Tanatos. Shiban still going to be looking to get an opener here on his B side. For there, it's just going to be there on the bottom. Checks on. Doesn't really spot Aurora. Plus, we get to see the timing here. Fits to its favor.
Wow.
Aurora goes out. The queen is gone. Shiban still makes the call, but they don't really go for the commitment, not just yet. RTL Prestige still taking it slow, but it seems to work to their favor.
Oh, Tarks. Oh, just as the moment that we finally saw some upgrade there for PSG, Tanatos responds back with Tarks finding those double. Floppy trying to make a play here on the mid banks along with Yuka. Don't want to really pick that at all, don't you? Oh, hello. I mean, Mumra, the guys knew that the guys inside of this window. Why did they decide to maintain that tie over towards stairs? That is an easy pick there for Mumra.
Bomb's gonna be planted here, but instead of Fluffy, Yuka's gonna be watching the back. Tanatos has this option here to try to circle around. Did you spot one there? That is gonna be Tarks. Mumra hitting it from the spawn side, gonna go for the spray. Beautiful slide from the side of Fluffy. And now they know exactly where he is. They can go for the flank. Yuka able to get the kill, and RTL Prestige here showing what's up.
There we go. That's Prestige finally showing their true colors. And they're playing through their snipers, Warden, and that's the most important thing. If you're trying to play Search and Destroy, it's not your SMGs that will do the job for you on those opening breaks. It is going to be the snipers. So if Prestige wants to win this, they gotta have to give Pacify more opportunities to find those first bloods. But as soon as I said that, Tarks open things up for this round 2. Aurora with the nade to take down Shiban, and Thanatos are mad angry. Defense looking strong now.
Risky able to get one. Yuka goes out. Kinesu as well. Fluffy's gonna be all alone, and finally we get to see the respondment of the Tanatos there with their own round. 1 for 2 we go.
Thanatos, even without Rex playing well, I mean, still got 0 kills here. They're really trying to survive off of Tarks' plays with that sniper. So you have to take what you can get from the moment. There we go, Rex finally gets himself in the board. That's 2 kills in favor for Tanatos, and they do get the information that there will be another player extending out on the mid-map, and look at all those bait and switches. In favor for nobody, as we are down to the last 2 players in this lobby. Pacify with 6 kills. Oh, the timing is just unreal. Rex gets it. Done.
Ooh, 2 for 2 now. This game is pretty close, Cali. I wasn't really expecting this at all. I mean, I'm taking a bit of time to really absorb what's happening, but moving over. RTL, once again, they want to go for this mid push. It has been working quite a lot, and looking like Fluffy once again gets the first blood. Takes away a Risky. Mumra was supposed to play for the cross, but it's a bit too late now. Gonna be all alone, but Tarks with a nade finds Yuka and Pacify. Now RTL decided to go for a push on the A side, but they meet Rex at the end. And now it's a 2v4 situation. Goes for the spray. Fluffy once again good for 1. Not gonna be able to get another. Shiban all alone with a sniper. Swings on, gets a hair marker, checks to the right, missing the shot. Second doesn't connect as well. And now the Tanatos are gonna be back here on the lead this time around.
That's a great round there for Prestige. I felt like just Fluffy, knowing that there's 2 guys there on the mid map, and he's still swung, right? You gotta have discipline to not overpick that and just try to play a better card, because trying to Hail Mary your way into a potential 2 players and just trying to win 1, it's not going to be a fair trade for your last player alive in that round. But Thanatos, as soon as they lost the first 2 rounds, has won the last 3 on the defense.
5v4. Here Tanatos just dropping the first bloods once again, and now this is gonna be a bright call here from set of RTL Prestige, is that they've picked off 1 player already. Just go for the full send, but Rex finds Yuka and Pacify. All of a sudden the equalizer comes true. Now it's a 3v3. It's gonna have to find Rex as well. We're still looking to commit here. Nesu finds 1 information. That's gonna be Aurora here. Ever's committed on the bin. Drops the smoke there. Not deciding to play around it, not just yet, but Kinesu decides to go for the cross. Aurora checks on, sprays, finds Kinesu, refrag, tries to fly in. Shiban does find a connection, checks on, Rex, Risky, able to get the kill. Now it's going to be Fluffy all alone here in a 1v2, separated. The last 2 players from Tanatos goes back in hand here, looking to play together. 45 seconds left on the clock, still plenty of time for the side of Fluffy to make the decision. He has the bomb as well.
Oh, I love that he's gonna try to put himself in a better spot. That A side clearly is gonna be more advantages for him. Because trying to slide pick that B side is just clearly not it. There we go. That 20 seconds will drop down. Go by the 40-second retake. And Fluffy looking to try to make a flank route happen here. And that's gonna take him a while. Does Tanatos know that he is on the flank? I think this might be the biggest play right here for Fluffy. For as long as he does not expose himself. Risky has no idea. He finds him, takes him down, and there's still no info where he is. The Mumra decides to challenge this, but Fluffy wins the gunfight and the clutch there for Prestige. Fluffy built for the moment.
No way! Oh my days, RTL Prestige. As we thought that it was gonna be a blowout. Turning it up now, learning from their mistakes. Previously up against Elevate, and now just laying it down here up against Tanatos. 3 for 3 now, switch of sides. Pacify able to get the first blood, finds Aurora away. Bomb's gonna be planted as well. And it's gonna be 4v5 here, favoring the numbers though for the side of RTL.
Mumra and the crew, they finally started thinking that, hey, Prestige is Kurohana Metropolis ain't that. we just can't underestimate them at this point, right? Because they're fighting back. And look at that. Yuka swings on by, finds Starks. Oh, he's hitting it. Oh, he's hitting it. And he is going to take that guy down. Another 1v1 situation for Tanatos and PSG. You just love to see it. Rex going to get tested again. Bomb is gonna get planted. Rex has the idea. He's rushing in and he is gonna spray it down. Oh my god. Rex just ice cold machine on the clutch. 2 rounds he was left alone. 2 rounds he was able to come up on top.
The move from the side of Yuka, that slide right there has been so effective. This doesn't work with Rex this time around, but now you move on now. Lead is on for the side of the Tanatos, but Pacify finds Tarks. First blood. RTL they go. But now, in the hands of Tanatos is going to be the bomb set itself. They try to go for the plant, but no, RTL just running it down with the numbers. Aurora takes her own self out. So unfortunate. And it's looking to be a bounce back once again for the side of RTL Prestige. Back and forth we go. Bound to be another equalizer, not unless Rex can take the spotlight. Finds one. On Shaban all across, but Shaban is too fast. And it's going to be another trade-off of the rounds. 4-4 we go.
Yeah, well, that's looking good. That's looking good for Prestige and Tanatos right here. Rex, we saw him first 2 rounds, Warden. He only had... He had no kill whatsoever. And, you know, 6 rounds after that, he's got 10 kills. Looking pretty good. Tanatos, they're just really gonna slam it. And also taking down Pacify along the way. You'll take it. B-side already done and dusted. Bomb is gonna get planted. Prestige. Task for a retake.
Oh, trades after trades with a sniper. Shaban finds Tarks. Rex takes down Kinesu. Risky finds Fluffy. Yuka can't get the shot. Shaban now gonna be all alone, and Tanatos once again. This one upping the players of RTL Prestige. But if you follow the script, Cali, it has been RTL Prestige able to bounce back with the round to be able to find an equalizer.
Here we go. Man, I wanna see Prestige win the Search and Destroy. Not gonna lie, my bias self wants Prestige to win, and look at them go. Darts gonna punish them. The slide in, and it is good for 1. Pacify, they're forced to back down, but they bit that guy down fast. And shutting down the B-side push. Look at where Tanatos will be going. Right through A.
Tarks didn't need to go for the fight, but there was a lot of ego involved. You just wanted to get those heads reaped out. In return, gets dropped. The numbers are now going to be equalized, but the bomb's going to be planted here for the set of Tanatos. A chance for Dan to get match point advantage. RTL Prestige has been wonderful in regards to getting the respawn mech for the round, but they haven't really taken the lead right back. The retake continues here, Cali. It is a 3v3.
Here we go. This is a big spot for Risky. I don't think Pacify will check this angle. And that's such a big pick right there. And Risky forced to back away. Pacify sliding in. He's not going to get any information. You got 12 seconds remaining. You've already exposed the situation. Your location is compromised. And Thanatos just one round away from bringing home the bacon and taking home their first series win of the season.
This be the case. 3-4-2 split here for set of Tanatos. Looking to play for the pickoffs. Parks with a sniper. Get this one done, but the first blood, Yuka finds Risky, Rex finds Shaban. Mid control here, evident for the set of RTL Prestige, but now Tanatos leads the way to go for the push on at A bomb side. It's an open side for them, but RTL Prestige is more than aware. But Tarks is on the flank with a sniper as well. Tarks, gonna get it. Pacify is taken down. Information is going to be relayed. They look to get the trade. You can find it all done. It's a 2v2 situation now. And get planted. 2v2 we go. Might just be the last and final standoff here, Cali.
Bomb has been planted.
Here we go. RTL. Can they force overtime or is this the end? Floppy gets shut down. Yuka dropping down. That's information for Tanatos that there's a guy nearby. Oh, the timing. He knows where Aurora is. Finds one. Oh my God! That's wow! Oh! Ice in Yuka's veins. And Prestige. One more round to go to force overtime.
They stay alive. They stay alive. As you say, one more round to see the first overtime here on this Garena Masters 9.
Defend the objectives.
And we see it. Tanatos looking to full send this one on towards the A side, just gathering the information that they've had. It always has been a clear side here on A. This time they're gonna meet Shaban here with a sniper. They go for a split towards Sig. One player could be watching there. Nesu has his back turned around. Unfortunate. Information will be relayed. Shaban has to back away to play with a team. But in return, it's gonna be an open side for the side of Tanatos.
Bomb's gonna get planted. Prestige just needs one more round to force overtime, but RTL, you know, they're really just having it rough, can't win anything. And Tanatos completes the game with a sweep. And that's gonna give them a great win. 7-4, 7-5 on the scoreline. And that's going to give them 3 points, actually, with a 2-0 win in this best-of-3 series.
Such a valiant effort for the set of RTL Prestige, though. So close, but yet so far. Really one of their best games yet to be seen here on this Garena Masters 9, but that something's up for them here for today's broadcast. Not bad of an ending, especially for a team that just made it to the big stage. But now is a spotlight for the set of Tanatos.
Yeah, and I mean, a way better showing for Prestige on the Search and Destroy. A couple of moments where they had to clutch it. I think that was the best part about this. You had, you know, Yuka with the 1v2 clutch. You also had another guy just going in for the win. But Thanatos still going to be the completely better team in this series. And I don't know who to really point out because everybody played great, right? I mean, Tarks was doing most of the damage on the sniper of the earlier set. Then Rex just started picking up pace. And that sniper just really was the best. I think that was the highlight here for Thanatos. The way to win a Kurohana Metropolis is to have your sniper win. And that's what they did. And if you missed the action, come take a look at this. We will be right back.
Bomb has been planted. Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up. Last man standing. Finish it.
And we are back here, and we do get greeted by our match MVP. That will be Tarks with 14 kills and 5 deaths to his name. And I love the fact that his picture covers the score and the KDA, but the score line is going to be 1,541 and a 2.8 KDA.
Good thing it's not hiding the 14 kills that he's got, because that was very impactful. More specifically because of how he was able to provide the team that required sniper presence on the defensive side when they're trying to go and fend pacify, as well as Shiban on the A-long as well as the middle of the map. So that's really just as important as it is, right? So that 2-0, much needed for Tanatos to end up with 3 points over this series. And yes, earlier when they match up against STE, they took 1 map, so that is at least 4 points to end the day in the GM9 Echoes of Champions. And looking at our post-match head-to-head, we take a look at it. It was pretty close, right? Tons of clutch moments for PSG, but their luck just ran out. Tanatos, when they had to win it, just tied up, had a tighter offensive play set, and just called it a day.
Yeah, man. I mean, it was definitely close. It was only 1 round away for us to see the possible run for that overtime, but it didn't matter. Now we take a look at our series MVP. It is going to be Mr. Risky himself with 40 kills, 13 deaths, and an average scoreline of 2,794 and a KDA of 1.60, and his trusty old friend, once again, the War Machine.
I mean, Risky, he was one of my favorite players. I gotta tell you that. I mean, this guy, if he's even given the opportunity to play somewhere else, this is the type of player I'm gonna get into my team, because he doesn't complain a lot, right? And he also tries to play with the best of his capabilities, and it's just that kind of attitude is going to get you places. And he's leading the pack here, getting this team that win up against Prestige. And great job for Tanatos today as they end up with 4 points.
Oh, definitely a really great job here for them. And it was really nice to see Thanatos actually close this one out here with a high note. For the side of RTL Prestige, definitely a lot more things to learn. But yeah, I mean, that sums things up now here for the series here for our 5th match, and we got our 6th match will be the last. And Cali, we know who they are, man. It is gonna be Stalwart Esports up against TRT. That will be happening after we take the short break. We'll be right back, guys.
Season 5 is finally live. I was looking forward to it since forever. Heard that there is a ton of new content this time.
Totally. The most exciting part is the Summer Surprises event. Just log in and spin. With just 5 spins, you can take home all the rewards, such as brand new Epic Operator Skill Bull Charge Jaguar and KSP 45 Grizzly. Soldiers, summer break has officially begun.
And here's something Secret Cache lovers will love. The Secret Cache has new updates. A new gun has been added, and there is a new Universal Fragment system. You can open the Secret Caches to your heart's content now.
Too hot to go outside this summer? No worries. Check out the brand new Zoo map in the multiplayer mode. No need to purchase tickets. Just use your bullets for admission.
And that's not all. Multiplayer mode now has a new gameplay, operation, variant. There are various personal buffs and team buffs to make each match more intense. There are tons of rewards too, so don't miss out.
Not to miss, there are big updates in Battle Royale mode too. A new buy station limited time event lets you collect scattered cash across the map and use it to buy airdrop supplies at the station.
One last update, the strongbox system has been upgraded. Some strongboxes now have a chance to trigger surprise discounts when drawn, giving you minimum 30% off your next 10 pull. If you are lucky, you might even get a free 10 pull.
Season 5 is ready to roll. See you on the field, soldiers.
And now we are about to hurdle to our last and final match here for the first day of Garena Masters 9, the Echoes of the Champions. We are heading straight towards TRT up against Stalwart Esports. And I must say, Cali, this might just be our blockbuster match for today.
It will be. I mean, Stalwart Esports and TRT, they have history, right? The last time these two met, it was TRT Philippines that managed to take the victory in the GSI 2025 lower bracket. And it was a quick 3-0 Warden. It was not just a close game, it was a straight sweep. So SDE, after that loss, they had to recalibrate the team. They had to make roster changes. They had to remove Shut Up. They had AG replace. And now they ended up with a team that has Jai from A&M and also Reef from ABC, which is another region away from the SMP server.
Yeah, and now we take a look at the coin toss here for the maps itself. TRT, they don't want to play no Combine. SDA, they don't want to go for Slums. And Apocalypse is out of Sendai, and we all know it is going to be Summit Hardpoint here for the first match.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm just going to pretend I am very happy that I get to cast Summit once again. Woo! But if there's a reason why we have to play Summit here. I mean, overall, SDE, this was a map that they played up against A&M Tanatos where they had it very close. And I think for TRT, the situation is that they think that they got the best chance of winning up against Stalwart on this map itself. Why? Because in all honesty, in all of the matches that SDE was playing with SKAER and the team involved, they've always had a little bit of a slow start on that hardpoint Summit. So I think that's where TRT is just trying to put the hurt on this team. And having GB and Tin as your core sub duo, I think they have an edge up against Stalwart Esports in this match. But that is going to be impossible because from what we saw, Jai put up 60 to put SDE on his back to win that last matchup against A&M Tanatos on this Hardpoint Summit.
Yeah, and I feel like if ever Clove is actually, you know, feeling into his role and as much impact with Reef and Jai, this team looks to be a very promising, unstoppable force as well. But obviously, you can't really have everyone on the same page. But, you know, for the set of TRT, if ever they can really polish up their hard point and just retain the amount of impact that they were able to put up on Search and Destroy and Control, then best believe it, we do get to see a pretty heavy blockbuster match, as we get to see now. As we start things off here on Summit Hardpoint, 10 trying to be wild. And it's going to be looking to be a back and forth fight here so far on this P1. Much more expected to see here, especially on Hardpoint #1 for Summit.
Okay, here we go. Reef and the crew. Again, off to a great start. I mean, they're the ones contesting set at the point. They get the clear out onto TRT. Now, I think, you know, what I said about SDE, them having a slow start, I think TRT also has it, right? They are going to start off cold. Yes, they do get flushed down, not once, but twice on the Reef of Gunfight. And Jai is really putting them on a mixtape right now as he scores 5 kills. But he does get shut down. But SDE does have a lot more points on this P1.
Definitely, and you know, Stalwart Esports here is commonly just showing that they exactly know what to do here this time around. And you know, comparing to how it went down between them and Tanatos now here with TRT, this looks to be pretty much more dominating here, Cali.
It is. And this P2 is just going to be popping right up next, and TRT just has no answer for it now. I mean, the reason why Tanatos was able to keep up with SDE was because of Mom Rush Shotgun, and nobody really able to provide that for TRT right now.
Not so far, not just yet. Here, Clove here circling around, finds one on the bottom side. TRT has the better look for the spawn side now, but SDE though, they still have the lead to hold on to, so they can afford to put up any mistakes on the next 20 seconds. And especially if now they do get the break, it's looking to be a pretty promising run, but TRT having a better look because of the spawn side, and so far with the War Machine in hand, that should be them fighting the definition in probably the last 20 seconds as well.
Yeah, 56-21. And SDE still looking to try to play it a little bit more tighter on these rotations, and TRT are just left with just nothing but early rotation. Look at that. It's all going to be players on the left side. That's TRT. And SDE has built up quite the lead as we enter P3.
72-21, TRT. They need to get this one here. On this P3, I mean, so far they got the better look for the rotation. They got the setup as well. They got one player lurking around that will be 10 with a shotgun. And they should have to be able to claim the first 20 seconds here to do so. As they win the first wave of gunfights, they got another wave of operator skill here to be used. That will be Jibby, but there's going to be 4 actually for the set of SDE. And now they quickly march in inside of the hill. And quickly, just like that, Stalwart Esports, they get the break now.
Okay, that is just insane. Right through the front and contesting it with more than 10 seconds is insane. I mean, that's the gunfight, the raw gun power that SDE can provide on the map. And TRT cannot really handle it so far. And now the flip of spawns is gonna happen. And it's just SDE all the way putting on a master class on this first 3 hard points.
Clear it up now. So far, 95-41. TRT here going to be settling for the early rotation once again. But we all know, Cali, getting the early rotation doesn't really translate a lot, especially if you can't really hold on towards the hill. It's all about getting the mid stage alongside the scrap time, which Stalwart Esports has been better at.
Yeah, they do. And honestly, Stalwart Esports looks like they've had a much better adjustment, and I think that this is going to be coming from the coach that they have, right? Coach Palitao. After reviewing that first matchup against Tanatos, you know, they clearly made better strides trying to flip spawns on this really spawn-dependent P3 and P4, and it's just really looking easy for them at the moment, with Jai dropping 21 kills. That is the highest on the lobby. He is just putting on a mixtape again for Stalwart Esports.
TRT here, losing the spawn, but not really the traction side of the hill, not just now. Finally, Stalwart Esports gets a full clearance of the break. Looking like they want to sweep down the last 18 seconds here. And Reef finds a quick double there on Snow. And looking like the players are from the side of TRT are pushed back enough for them to try to settle for the next rotation towards P1. And looking at this, nearly 100-point lead as we go back to P1 here, Cali.
Yeah, they're looking good. That is for Stalwart Esports, TRT. What happened on the first hardpoint was that they could not really get themselves inside of the hill. And it led to a massive snowball from P1 to P3. Now, looking a little bit more proactive in terms of playing inside of the point is TRT. They've able to stabilize, but only for a brief moment. Jai there for the shutdown, takes the power position, and Reed brings out that spiral, the shutdown, the entry coming through for TRT, and just like that, they are going to be coming up on top with these illuminations and all the points in the hill. Going to be in the hands of SDE. If TRT wants to start a comeback, it starts here on this P1. They gotta be able to stop SDE from scoring all the points. And if not, they just gotta have to make sure that they got a consistent contest happening within it.
Yeah, quick dash to the face here. TRT slowly but surely here trying to find a recovery, but it's still going to be far from close. Stalwart Esports still in control so far. They do lose a bit of time here on this P1, but where they start to click in once again is obviously on the P number 2. As we close it up now, 79 to 154. We move over with a full stack of operators available to be invested from the side of TRT.
Okay, oh, hold on. Josh just casually waves this death machine onto that, on the dark, and just finds 3 illuminations, so that is going to be huge. To put TRT at least with a chance to score the first 20 seconds, because realistically, that hasn't even happened outside of that P3, so that's going to be a fresh sight, but only for that moment. It is still going to be SDE that is just finding so much value on their operator, and with Jai leading the pack once again. Look at this guy, 34 eliminations. He has not stopped scoring kills. He is a Reaper. This is the new superstar in Garena. That is SDE Jai, the new player that just recently acquired by Stalwart Esports, just doing a lot of his damage and putting SDE on top.
You know, if you just let go of Jai just for a moment off camera, you kind of get to sort of surprise yourself, like how many kills this boy gets as time passes by. Now you move back though into the entirety of the game. Once again, TRT gets granted for another run for the early rotation towards the next hill, and then that is P3. Not the first time that we get to see this, but the sustainability has been in shambles, and as they get to see early rotation, but they do lose the spawns. Fortunately, they have Freezy inside with a war machine, but can't sustain himself, and all of a sudden the spawns get flipped, and that's fully defined for the players in Stalwart Esports.
This is looking dangerous now for TRT around this mark. If number 3 in yellow in either does not get this flip of spawns, that is pretty much over, right? You're giving away this last 30 seconds, and you don't really got any operators to help you try to break this thing wide open on this P3. It doesn't even look like they have enough gunpowder just to make sure that they make the break inside. So there's nothing left to do but with a choice to make the early rotation and hope for the best that they get a full 60 on that P4.
Another set of rotations here has been won over by the side of TRT, but it's not really translating to any points whatsoever. Stalwart Esports, with every scrap time and mid-time of the hard point that they get closer and closer to close out the deal here inside of the Summit hard point. Moving it up now, opening things up. TRT has the numbers inside, but Stalwart Esports able to get the breakthrough at the end as Jai assists the squad with a war machine to push back the players from TRT.
He just doesn't stop scoring kills. 41 kills, 42. Can we even see 48 from him? It does look like he's gonna get himself digging down now. And TRT finally able to stabilize for a little bit. But all the players holding on Snow gets taken down by SKAER, so that just completely flushes it off. SDE only needs time or points to win this in a game where we think it would be very close. The new roster of SDE proving they are the better team at the moment as they fully shut down TRT on this map number 1.
Yeah, full shutdown. Annihilation was offered for the side of Stalwart for the side of TRT. Enough to be said, Cali. I thought in some way it would be a different look for TRT on a different map, but it's just not looking to be on the case here for Hardpoint. But hey, not the first time that they lose Hardpoint in a game today for this broadcast. They were able to respond back on Search and Destroy and Control earlier. I'm not sure if it's going to be applicable up against Stalwart Esports, but one thing for sure, we are heading straight to a game mode where Stalwart Esports did struggle at earlier, but at the same time, SC showed really great remarks. Now here, completely a different look to how it went down between them and Tanatos. And now here with TRT on the same map with Summit Hardpoint.
I mean, they're just trying to correct all the wrongs that they had on the map, and this is much better result coming in out of Stalwart Esports. Jai still looking like the unstoppable demon here, man. He's just dunking on those players, and every time he meets a player, he just kind of just wins it every time. Like, there's no way you are that good, right? And it's just that he's been, I don't know, I would say he's been unleashed by STE. Well, he did have those kind of performance back in A&M, but STE Jai is just on a different level. And if you missed the action, come take a look at these highlights.
Hostiles have a hard point. Hard point contested. Hostiles have captured the hard point. Be advised, hostile hunter-killer drone down. Take the lead. Hard point contested. Hard point lost. Predator missile down. Hard point locked down. Hard point contested. Hard point. Be advised, hostile hunter-killer drone down. Capture the objective. Hostiles have the hard point. Hard point tower. Hard point contested. Hard point lost. Hard point locked down. Hard point. Hostiles have captured the hard point. Hard point lost.
And here we go. Presented to you by our MVP of the match. There is no other than Jai himself. 42 kills, 25 deaths. Average scoreline of 5,753 in a KDA of 1.68. Doesn't sound a lot, but if you take a look at the amount of kills he got, bro, this guy is a let's just say a slaying machine, bro.
Yeah, he's the new superstar, man. If he had you know, Yopi and PJ back in 2023, we have another resurgence, and this time it's going to be Jai, right? Along with him is going to be Mumra from Tanatos, and it's just nice that you get to see new guys like this really shine. And to think that STE is the program that actually takes him in, yeah, that says a lot, right? This guy can go massive and could bring this team all the way to the World Championship if he continues to play the way he is doing right now.
Yeah, man. I mean, Jai is just one of those picks where you can't go wrong with, especially in the season for Call of Duty Mobile. Has always been so consistent ever since, and has been proving to be pretty evident to be a strong factor. But now you move over to the bands here for our Search and Destroy, and we're gonna be heading straight back to Corona Metropolis, baby. Let's go.
Hey, another one, right? How many has it been, right? We had one firing range, and the rest of the matches today, it's just all Kurahana Metropolis, and it's just, I think the fair way to go, honestly.
We had Tunisia.
TRT,
we had one Tunisia, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we had one Tunisia, but the TRT, I think this is just the best map to play, because if you get to track down what happened on the match up against SKAER, TRT was able to go up 7-0, so they may be down by one map, but they aren't, you know, new to this situation where they're the ones trailing behind. We could even say that they are the trailblazer, right? Because they want to always go and win through a reverse sweep, but that can only be talked about once they won a map first. SDE is still going to be the front runner here, with Jai obviously going to be the main sniper along with FDX. They're going to be in charge of trying to hold it down on the attack to shut down the defending snipers on the A and the B bomb side.
Yep, and you know, TRT, they were able to sweep this one down up against SKAER earlier, but now Stalwart Esports obviously definitely a formidable, much more of a formidable squad, much more promising. Let's get it mid-surge here for the set of SD to start things off, and Jimmy's going to be watching the cross. Josh with a sniper finds one on the mid-map. Kills after kills, trades after trades. Tin with an HS finds one. Clove finds the trade. So far, the trades are looking to be much more better and prominently better for the side of TRT.
Yeah, the TRT just looking pretty solid on the defense. It's just like waiting for this player to just pop in. I mean, Jai, he's the last player. He's a monster, but he's only got a scope in his hand. This ain't the hard part. So if you shot him down, that's already done. But you love the respect that TRT is showing. Just want to make him pick a bomb site, and then they work from there. But you don't want to over-respect this too much, because Jai is just too good with the scope. He did not pick up that bomb to keep this player is guessing. And now that he has taken down two players, he's gonna have to take down an old guard. And that is in the name of Hydra. Wow! He takes down on the same spot! 3 birds, 1 stone. Jai, ice cold killer. Thriller and Manila. 4 eliminations on that round, and SDE takes the first round.
What are you on? What are you on, Jai? First blood, second blood, Clove, Stalwart Esports leading the way. The confidence is skyrocketing.
Oh, God.
It's a collapse. Falling into shambles. TRT Freezy. Wandering, lost and confused, aloof. Where is my teammates? All alone in a 1v4. Finds the shot onto Clove. Refrag from the back. FTX swings on. Gets the kill. Stalwart Esports, another round to their name.
That is just absolute there for Jai. I mean, look at what happened after he clutched that 1v3. The sudden collapse for TRT just followed right after. Unfortunately, they could not get a timeout there from what happened, but that's the beauty of having a sniper like Jai on your team.
Pushing through the B site committedly. The pacing is too fast for the set of TRT, but they are trying to cover and carry their own weight. Josh finds one, takes down Drive. Best skill for the team for the time being. SKAER takes down Josh. Number still on for the set of Stalwart Esports as Freezy and Tin gets left out for the side of TRT. Tin's going to be working for the flank. Bomb soon enough going to be planted as well. Freezy has to entry by the time that Tin needs to try to flank around. A circle around this mid map. Looking like Freezy wants to play with Tin here. The double push FTX just next to Tin and peeps out, forcing it down to a 2v2. Looks to get the refrag. No, stays alive. Freezy finds Clove. Scourge is now going to be all alone in the 1v2. The bomb still now planted in the hands of Scourge.
Scourge gonna clutch this. They have to plant the bomb. I'm surprised they were not planting the bomb over at the B side for all this time. They had to lose a couple of more players just to make the final decision. Finally put this bomb down at B. In another situation where SDE needs to perform in the clutch. Scourge just really missing all the shots. It's hurting. And Freezy's gonna get the confirmed kill. And SDE gonna drop that round. TRT finds their way in the board.
The game is moving so fast and gets so slow all of a sudden. The game intensifies here. Truly. That's a 1 for 2 here. Stalwart Esports. Looking like they want to go for the same approach this time though. Different lane to be occupied. B push here. Mid surge for the side of TRT. And it's going to be a free entry here for the side of STE, but TRT is more than aware and they're well ready to go for the retake.
There we go. The bomb is going to get planted quickly this time. And TRT is nearby. You can work with your snipers and your SMGs. But not with Clove around. You need to find out information where these players are currently set up. But Freezy and Josh just kind of get traded out. And there's no players really actively trying to take this hit outside of Tin, who's done only 1 damage. And FDX gonna clear it up. That's 2 kills straight. SDE makes their way in, wins that round, and continues to build up that 2-round lead.
For 3 we go.
Defend the objective.
Sum it up now. Full round lead once again. And it's gonna be flying there on towards the B side. Showing a lot of signs there, but the players of TRT, they're not really phased. They're just gonna be pushing back away, still retaining the 2-3 formation. Fortunately, Freezy engages to off that formation. In the very moment that he comes back, players of Stalwart Esports should be just right around the corner. It's a 3-2 split here. 3 players on Zig. The nade connects for the side of Jai. Finds Freezy away. Tin gets down Glow. Finds 2. Reef does get the trade. Now 3v3 situation. The retake is on. The cavalry arrives. Hydra swings. Not gonna be able to get the kill. Finds the trade. Reef finds the kill. 1v2. 1v1. Doesn't matter. Josh shuts him down. TRT responding back with another. Lowering down the lead to just 1.
There was really no tactical play for both squads on that A side hit. That was just pure gun skills and just pure communication. So that was really a quite fast round. Now looking into it, STE looking to try to move that bomb over still the same side as what they did in the round number 5. All the way towards the A side it is.
Here we go. What was that shot? Jai! It's Josh already. Free lane here for the set of SDE though on the A side. Bomb's gonna be planted as well. And takes away Jai. Bomb's gonna be planted now. It's a 4v4 retake here, Cali.
Yeah, it's just having a field day here. Now you want Freezy to make a shot hit here on this long A. It's gonna be over. Nobody really watching that cross except him. Tin's there to help get the trade done, but not really enough to make an impact. And SKAER is gonna pick up a couple of more kills. Tin is the last player standing and he's gonna get sorted out. 2-4 on the scoreboard. SDE continues to maintain the lead.
With the accuracy SDE is offering off the post plan, I don't think it's gonna be too much of a probability for TRT to get the retake, not unless they get some pinches going on. But now we switch to sides. SDE starting here to play defense. TRT offense, they go full send this towards the A side. A lane's gonna be pretty much occupied. SDE, they get the call. They're gonna be biting this rotation down. There's gonna be a 4-man hit here towards the Zig side. Player 3, Ida's gonna be all alone, finds Clove up and within. Bomb's not yet gonna be planted, reacting towards the support that TRT will be offering. But now the numbers here are gonna be much more favored to the players of STE, and it's a total collapse, well anticipated by the players of Stalwart Esports.
I mean, Stalwart's just way readier this time around. I mean, Jai hitting those crazy shots, Warden. You also got SKAER and Reef just providing you so much of that presence during those mid-round adjustments. The TRT cannot really do anything about it. Now, they look to try to play it off passive, trying to play for picks, working through with their snipers, but even if they send out their snipers, Jai and FDX always finds a way to get the clear out on it.
Pushing through, Tin gonna go for the spray, but Reef gets the bait switch with Jai. Take it slow, all alone. You'll pay for it. Mid-map, Freezy. Looking to get the shot to connect here up against two players. Just too hard to do so, and Clove able to get the cut down from the top side. One by one, they go down. Valiant team effort here from the side of Stalwart Esports so far.
Waiting for things to happen here. It's looking impossible. The more you try to second guess your way into this, the more you're gonna blunder. Now Iper's gonna force to make a play. He's gonna back out, wait for his teammates to arrive and help with the trades, but only coming up short. Can't afford to lose one more round here, Xiaoliu. And SDEs is gonna get that 6th-round win, just one away from ending this day, ending this series with 2 wins.
This could be it.
Defend the objective.
This could be the wrap.
Has the bomb.
As we thought, Cali, before this match started, it might just be a prolonged fight. Stalwart Esports showcasing what they can do to readjust their gameplay, to show something better. Could be the last and final stand. The retake tries to come true. Reef finds a double. SKAER finds one. Jimmy, Josh gets a trade, but it doesn't matter. It's over. It's done. The series has now wrapped off. It is going to be Stalwart Esports getting a quick one up against TRT.
Oh man, and this is the SDE that we want to see, not the SDE that we saw from GSI 2025. Immediately from the last game that they played Summit, and now you can clearly tell that the adjustments were being made fast. And that is coming in from a coach that they have, right? Coach Palitao really making the difference from this team. And is the guy ready to exchange hands in terms of tactical brilliance. And all he had to do is command his troops, put them in the right spots to win this game. And again, absolute plays for Jai. What an opening showcase on his new team. He does not shy away from the spotlight, and in fact, he thrives in it. And that is going to be the beauty of Stalwart Esports moving forward. This is a solid contender for the Garena Masters 9 title, Warden.
Most definitely, bro. Most definitely. And if ever they can retain the amount of you know, pacing that they were able to put up in regards to the adaptability, we're looking at a pretty promising squad overall. But anyways, guys, if you guys missed out the action on the Garena Metropolis Search and Destroy, take a look at the highlights. what a run. What a run for the set of Stalwart Esports. And we're still over. When it comes to a game out of search and destroy, the snipers has to be talked about. And surely FDX doesn't fail to serve, as he is the MVP here for the match of Garena Metropolis. 7 kills, 3 deaths, and a scoreline of 878, a KDA of 2.33.
And again, for the first time, I'm gonna have to say this, right? Stalwart Esports finally has 2 strong snipers on their search and destroy squad. And that is gonna say a lot, because if you try to compare, other regions to China, there's one significant difference, right? The playmakers, the MVPs are always going to be the first blood reapers, and they are going to be the snipers, right? So for STE to finally have FDX, someone that they can rely on when he underperforms with that sniper in Jai, that is just such a massive improvement from what they had last season. So it's really all about building from this moment. This team definitely going to be quite new, but under a coach that has been there at the top, you can really put STE in the conversation of being one of the best in the world, should they continue to have this kind of performances all the way through.
Most definitely, man. I mean, brand new system, brand new squad, and a brand new face here for the set of Stalwart Esports. I'm not jinxing it, not right now, but definitely Jai has been really the face of Stalwart Esports, and he's going to be our series MVP here for today. Now 42 kills, 25 deaths, scoreline of 5,753, and a KDA of 1.68. Still, this player, this boy, this star has been shining all throughout for today.
Yeah, and again, 60 kills on the first map of the day and of the season, and having a lot of opportunities to really frag out. I mean, dropping 42 kills on a match where it ended up with 250 to 128 on the scoreline. That shows you how much this guy has been grinding to be where he is right now. And for Stalwart Esports to pick him up, it's just timely, right? Both teams, I mean, both of these players really, both the org and the player, they are just in the right timing. And that is going to conclude our match of the day. We had Stalwart Esports taking down Tanatos on the first map. We had Elevate giving Prestige a baptism on that map number 2. It was such a one-sided game, but that match number 3, it was different, right? TRT lost map 1, then they went in back-to-back wins, 7-0, 3-0 to complete the reverse sweep. Now Tanatos getting the quick clean up against Prestige. Now also to end the day off, STE shockingly defeating TRT in just 2 maps.
Yeah, I mean, it was a quick one for today. There was a lot of donuts involved. Definitely a lot of donuts involved on that third match, even though it went down to the wire. But what a day, what a way for us to start things off here on the Garena Masters 9. Again, this is just the first day. We still got 5 more days for the group stage, and I can't wait to see how much more can we see here. And this is not just in your ordinary Garena Masters run. This is stage 3 of the World Championship run for the Garena region.
It is, and again, I have so much, opportunities. We have so much opportunities to look at these teams, because they will be playing double round robin group stage. So this may be the first result on the first round robin, but it's guaranteed to change, and we will be able to find out as the days progress, Warden.
Definitely, man. And I can't wait to see what can be offered for tomorrow, because I think we're going to be starting off things with a pretty heavy banger, because look at our schedule here, Cali. We're going to be starting things off with Elevate up against Tanatos, Scary up against Stalwart Esports, Prestige up against TRT, Tanatos up against Scary, and we end things off with Elevate up against TRT. So we're going to be seeing 2 matches for the set of Elevate. They start things off with a day, and they end things off with a match as well.
Okay, that is going to be it for us for today, and I love what we saw for this matchup. I feel like A&M Tanatos, Warden, has a ton of pop side with them, so they just gotta have to keep things up with the way that they play in this matchup. Now, moving on, I feel like for Elevate, it's the Lips buff. You saw it. Prestige took a beating out of it. PJ slips. It's just too strong for Prestige, and they just could not handle the riz of the king, PJ himself. But moving forward, I feel like the winner for today's matches has to be STE Warden, because just look at what happened, right? Jai being a quick plug to the team and eventually becoming the star that the team needed. He was the replacement of AG that this team needed to become the best again.
Yeah, I mean, and now, you know, coming from the, you know, the Batangas brothers, I would like to call them AG and Jibby. Jibby's the only player here, only around now for the squad. And yeah, I fail to acknowledge that AG is no longer around, saying this reset or shut up. But yeah, I mean, or so over Stalwart Esports, a brand new look, especially, and you know, it's kind of tough. I wasn't really expecting Stalwart Esports to really prove themselves quite well, especially up against TRT. And it's really hard for any teams out there to have a major readjustment, take away 2 players, acquiring 2 new players in the midst of the season for you know, the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship run. But hey, Stalwart Esports, they made it happen.
Yeah, and it's just going to be more of this one, right? You gotta have to be able to endure all of the matches that you're going to be playing here, because it's a double round robin. So you gotta make sure that all the losses that you take does not weigh you down. In order for you to become the best, right, you gotta be able to reset. And just like what we saw from STE Warden, you just kinda like see the adjustment that happened when they won the first map, but it was very close. They made sure that the second time that they played Summit today, it was much cleaner, and it was. TRT wasn't prepared for it.
Oh yeah, definitely not at all. And you know, as promising as TRT was on their matchup against SKAER on Search in Detroit, Garena, Metropolis, it didn't really translate well up against Stalwart Esports. And I was kind of hoping that, you know, and honestly, by heart, I felt like TRT would be winning the series just because of how well they were able to put themselves into the field on SnD and Control.
Yeah.
And if ever they could have just polished up their hard point, we could have probably seen a quick one of a 2-0, or probably end things off just like how exactly they did it against SKAER, but it didn't really happen, Cali.
Yeah, it just did not. And on paper, you would think that TRT is a clear number 3 right now, but there's something wrong with the squad that is causing them to become, you know, one time going to be godly, the second time they're inconsistent. So something is gonna have to be changed for this team to become a team that you can absolutely say is a clear contender for a top 2 at least in this region.
Definitely, man. And you know, honestly, if we want to see the solidification of who's going to be the top 3, I think I want to see a match between Tanatos and TRT. I feel like that would be a pretty interesting run, because so far I think ST looks to prove themselves as still in the number 2 squad. I think a toss-up between them and Tanatos. But first out of TRT, still definitely a lot of things to fix.
Yeah, definitely. I think mostly the mentality here for TRT, because you saw when they lost that first round against STE on that Corona Metropolis, when they got clutched on by Jai, the round 2 follow-up, it was supposed to be I do you one better, right? But it doesn't really end up that way. They were really struggling, and it just wasn't the outcome that they were expecting, and the mentality got in the way.
Yeah, and you know, just more so over. I do hope we get to see more definition here from the set of RTL Prestige. Definitely gonna be a learning curve here for them. Not far from over. In fact, I mean, come again, it's only the first day here for the group stage, and there's still gonna be a lot of time for them to learn more about what weight the competition will be offering for them.
Yeah, and that's going to be it, right? Again, it is going to be Stalwart Esports over our top ranking that will take home 5 points. Tanatos will be bringing home 4 points. Then you got Elevate with 3, since they only got 1 match today. And that is going to be it, Warden.
Yeah, that's going to be it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys enjoyed this first episode, our first day of the Garena Masters 9 Echoes of the Champions, better make sure you guys are following the page of Garena and, you know, our account as well, all across Facebook, YouTube, and if I'm not mistaken, we got TikTok as well. Better make sure you guys are on for the show. This is only the first day, the first episode. We still got 5 more to go. For the time being, for tonight, we're going to be closing it out. This is Warden and Cali. thanking you all. Goodbye and good night. See you all tomorrow.